Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be heading into the action here in Series 8 in the South American region. Obviously, I'm Zola, joined by the wonderful CMD. And look, Charlie, a bit of a weird one today. Obviously, we've seen Nitro kind of have to FF, but that's them out of the circuit now. You know, they're 0-3. These obviously being the 0-2 games. We've got some big matches here, and I'm excited for this first one. Obviously, Game Hunters against Velox. But what are your thoughts as we head in?
Yeah, I mean, look, touching a little bit on the Nitro one, it's a really heartbreaking way for them to sort of have to go out. They clearly have some issues with the team right now and sort of internal issues. They're a team that sort of last series, they had a big turnaround. They went from, or maybe 2 series ago now, they were 2-0 for it, or 0-2. And they ended up turning things around massively. They brought it so close, but just fell at the last hurdle there. And I was excited to see what this team could do with a little bit of extra time, with maybe another series under their belt. But it's not to be, sadly. It is, like you said, going to be them getting eliminated. But the pressure's not off for the rest of these teams, is it? I mean, look, we've got Game Hunters versus Velox. We've got to watch Velox just the other day, and it's very tricky times. The chance of a team being able to make this sort of reverse sweep in the Swiss stage is really, really difficult. And I mean, we can't really harp on that enough, can we? Because I think the amount of teams we've seen do it is sort of you can count on your fingers. And even then, you're lucky if you can find enough teams to be able to do that. But let's touch on this game a little bit more. Because I think from what we saw from Velox, I think it's fair to say it wasn't the greatest of displays, but there certainly were a few moments, weren't there?
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think when you look at that kind of Anubis game, that was the kind of the more dominant of the losses actually for Velox in that 2070 game. But there was moments right at the start where we saw Johnny Boy playing really, really well. He was getting kind of plenty of multi-frags towards the end of the game. He had the AWP in hand. He was getting 4Ks, getting 3Ks. But the problem is it was kind of consistency amongst the whole roster. You have to look at 2 to Hen in those two maps, 15 and 33. ABM just shy of 20 kills across both the maps combined. It's not really enough to persuade many to look and go, okay, well, this team could make it to playoffs. Obviously, it can happen, and I think it's going to be very tough for either one of these teams, whichever one does progress. But obviously for the Velox side, I think Johnny Boy, I think a lot of the time we look and say, well, probably one of the stars here, definitely someone you're going to look at to kind of carry them through a series, but certainly not an easy task today, because I think when you look at the Game Hunters loss, that game against Pain Academy, I think Pain have looked pretty decent. Obviously they're 1-1, but I think that loss to Shinden, it was a fairly close game, I guess. Map 1 was pretty dominant, but you look at the rest of it, there was chances. So I'm quite interested to see kind of more of the result of this game and then what that team can do with it. Obviously, though, it is an 0-2 game. It's the only 0-2 game for today, with the kind of the forfeit loss with Nitro. And look, I'm intrigued by it. I think it's going to be a banger of a match. But on the flip side, though, we can have a look at Game Hunters, maybe a side that we've got a little bit more sample size regarding map stats and kind of individuals. I've been really impressed with Mello actually recently. Same with Slashers, but I think this team again, it's a side where consistency is clearly quite a problem. You just have to look at the kind of the last 3 months games. 26.7% win rate. Look, it's not as bad as Velox is, as 0, but it's still not great, is it?
Yeah, it's a tricky time for both teams. I think when you consider it as well in the context of things that, I mean, at least not every one of these games that both these teams have played have been 2-0 losses. I mean, the Velox one that hasn't been a 2-0 loss was to Yawara, which they started that series off getting 13-0. So sure, it wasn't a 2-0, but it certainly had some major glare and weaknesses. And that was on Inferno as well, Fred. So it's not exactly a map that I think we're coming into it and being like, oh, maybe it's a train and they got caught off on it. But yeah, it's an awkward time for both of these teams. I honestly think when we do get over to Vetoes, which why don't we bring it over to now, in fact? I do think Velox should be looking at Train. I think that kind of has to be their map. It's the one map that they actually dominated a team on in this series that was against that Yawara team. I don't know where they're going to take this because we haven't seen a huge amount of their map pool, and we certainly haven't seen a lot of successes from their map pool in the last couple of months. But Game Hunters maybe have a few other options. With maybe your Anubis could be looked at as a potentially pick for Game Hunters. They've had some decent results, a few up and down here or there, but I think if I was to bet, I would say Train for Velox, which we've seen, and then probably Anubis, but we're seeing Nuke, in fact, being selected. Yeah. Is this a punish pick, do you think?
Well, look, I think when you look at the game against Swingers, these were the first 2 maps for Game Hunters. It was a close game on Nuke. They lost 13-10, and Train wasn't as one-sided as the Velox Yawara game. So I think for Game Hunters, the fact that Train and Nuke are these first 2 maps, I think they've definitely got the opportunity to punish. I quite like the Nuke pick, actually. I think Nuke's a map where you can have such a tactical advantage, and I feel like the Game Hunter side, maybe a bit too early to say, but I feel like they've got better firepower as well. It's kind of a close comparison still, because I think from what we've seen from Velox, they've had some stand-ins, they haven't had their full fight. It's been quite difficult for them. I think we have to say that. But look, to be honest, the Anubis is still in the pool. I think Game Hunters have done very well with that. And I think, look, Velox have played, 1 map of Train, 1 map of Anubis, none of Nuke in the last couple months. Game Hunters got 10 maps on Anubis. They've got 9 maps on Nuke. Okay, yes, the Train might not go their way, but I think Game Hunters are going to feel very confident on map 2, map 3. So I think for Game Hunters, they've definitely got a good chance here. But Train going to be an interesting one. Velox, it is their map selection, and that is where we're heading now.
Yeah, kicking things off here, Fred. Map number 1. I do think it's going to be a pretty crucial one. for sort of each team's to be able to win their map selections at least. I think Velox should be looking at Train here and feeling reasonably decent about it. We have we've seen Swingers play it. Game Hunters play it against Swingers.
Yeah.
So we know it's a map that, on occasion, they're willing to slide. But it wasn't the greatest of results. On the other side of things for Velox, yeah, this is one of the few maps that we've had a few moments to actually be able to talk about in a positive light for this team, which is a bit of a rarity right now for this Velox roster, for both of these rosters, in fact. But I think it's going to be a crucial one, and pissed around CT side, Mello finds the opening kill for Game Hunters. ABR whip in there at the back of the bomb site, but still manages to find one. Luckily, the rest of his team's clearly picking up kills in their own right, so maybe a couple of missed bullets might not matter all too much, but MBL,
there's a flank.
He's getting flanked on.
This is where he puts this together. Well, PRT will close out the round. Well, the streak of success for Velox here on their T side has come to an end, and obviously it's first round, but in the last game against Yawara, they won that first half 12-0 on the T side. They were yet to lose a round on their T side on Train on HLTV, which is a crazy stat. And I think, obviously, Yawara, it's clear they have problems on Train, but the fact that Velox have looked so confident on this map in the past and on the T side, I'm excited.
We could have watched that series, because that was a 13-0 for Yawara. Then map number 2, it kicks off with a 12-0 start from Velox.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like one of the most crazy best of threes that you literally could have. I'm curious, would there have been a series, I mean, surely at some point, so many games, where it's been 13 over one team and 13 over another? I mean, it's such an unprecedented thing to happen, though, but would it be meant to have happened?
I think there's more likely to be 16 O's and 16 O's than 30. I think because of just the amount of time on CSGO, then maybe it's not ready to happen on CS2 yet.
Yeah, perhaps. Maybe a little bit of chip damage towards the players in Ivy. Weapons being juggled across, as it is the force buy, of course, from Velox, who are investing in this one. The Molotov's going to hold some of these T's at bay. PTR spotting out just before PRT, sorry. PTR certainly not on the server today. Decent start, but Tucson needed to find that kill.
Yeah, Max is taking some space here, but the problem is, no one really nearby. Johnny Boy maneuvering his way now with the bomb, but Ivy maybe not the best place to go.
B should have been the play here. Have Johnny Boy tried to go through the upper, but maybe just paranoid someone's pushed through there already.
Yeah, Max spots out. Mello will find him. With the health of Nogs, this round's certainly possible, but the problem is it's pistols in play. Max surely found here. If he can delay long enough, there's a flank coming through. There's a Galil in hand. Oh, they can crunch in. Johnny Boy and Max combine, and now it's all on the low HP of Nolks. This round is completely flipped. There's minimal time, though. He can deny the plant. He finds the plant, and now survival just has to be an option. Nolks can get away. The round will still go the way of Game Hunters. However frantic and random that round may seem, Game Hunters still victorious there. I love the little bait and switch, though, from Max.
I mean, so close for Velox to be able to go on to take this one. Yeah, it's an awkward spot for Game Hunters to be in, because it felt like, I mean, look, they knew exactly where Max was there, but they just seemed so hyper-focused on that position, they didn't even consider why was he going towards Ivy. There's obviously a second player alive. Consider that he might be trying to meet up again with his teammates, and yeah, maybe even just someone having a quick glance towards Ivy could have torn that whole round apart far sooner, but certainly it was a great attempt from Velox. We have to say, great positioning from Max initially to sneak on through, create all of that space for his team to even have the slightest of chances, and unsurprisingly, this is an investment again from the Ds. Yeah, obviously. I think the problem here for Velox is they are going to continue to buy, but if it goes wrong, if they do lose kind of a player, then that's where or lose a round, sorry, without bringing it so close. It's going to be, 4-0, maybe 5-0. Obviously, the finances for Game Hunters aren't perfect, but they've got 2 rifles, 3 SMGs, the fuse kit's in play, there's a decent amount of util. But it is going to be this play here through the B-bomb site. Utility is excellent here, but the shots maybe not so good. Timo can find one. Max aggressing with the M4, can take down Mello, and Nox found by MBL in the process. And Velox, they have shut down Game Hunters now. Yeah, no chance for the CTs in this round. It's the pistols, it's the M4 of Max, and the utility. just on that bomb side that allows them to barrel their way into B and cause a lot of damage. Johnny Boy's Tech 9 as well, finding ABR from range. And Max just catching out slashes.
Yeah, no casualties there as well for Velox, so money's going to be looking pretty good. It will be an investment, obviously, from Game Hunters, but their finances pretty broken. Interestingly, Nolks probably could have brought over... He could have brought over another rifle into that round, surely. There is a rifle here, though. It is on Nolks. But a great round for Velox. Obviously, it allows them to kind of gain a little bit more control here. The utility was so good there from Velox. Although they didn't have that that much, it was just perfect flashes. It was great timing. Rifle swinging here, but Max quick enough to trade, and that's the heaviest hitter falling on Game Hunters. And with man advantage for Velox, this should be smooth sailing. 3 pistols, all with Kevlar, but no utility. I don't really see a way in which Game Hunters win this, but I think ABR, if he can somehow steal away a double, I think that's the way to do it. Oh, timing could have been perfect there. Both players had util in hand.
Good bait there from Timo, who just forced these 2 CTs forward for T10's Galil to take down a range. ABR can't find one with the P250 and does get taken down. I do think, I mean, look, already in this game so far, Velox are in a decent spot. It's going to be the eco for the CT side. There's obviously a couple of rounds beforehand, and we know how close that they did get. But I do think a team in a situation like Velox, where, let's be fair, it's been a very difficult few months. It's not been great for them just in terms of performances alone, but as well as, I think bringing a map like Train into the pool, this feels like the perfect option for a team like Velox, who know that, okay, it's been difficult for us. If we can look to learn this map, it can give us a one-up on a ton of teams in the scene. Because a lot of teams do neglect to play these initial maps when they do come out. Eventually, sure, that advantage will slip just as time goes on and the map's played more by sort of everyone. But I think for the start, Velox in a game like this, where Game Hunters don't play Train either, really, it can be a really good just sort of way to steal a map away.
Yeah, and I think as well, a lot of teams at the moment, they kind of have 2 maps that they generally ban at them, because they're not fully learning Train. They haven't kind of ironed it out to a point where they're willing to pick it or willing to slide it. There's just so many, so many teams now that do kind of have, I guess, kind of 5 map pools. We see it time and time again where teams have got, only 1 or 2 maps played on, whether it's, if they're banning Nuke and Train. So I think it's a perfect idea for Velox. I think it's a great way to give them an advantage, give them a little bit more confidence, as you said. First kind of true full buy versus full buy. There's always been some slight limitations, but this is going to be a proving ground for Velox now.
Yeah, this is going to be a really key one, just so we get a bit of a lay of the land in terms of where their CT side is going to be heading and what it's going to be looking like. Very quick out from the T's and already spotting a player towards red. Well, it's not exactly the cleanest from Max, but it is still a kill found and information on Slash towards camera.
And Max gets another one as well. I like the speed here from Velox. I think a lot of the time now, because of the kind of the change of the A-bomb site, although quite slight, I feel like the T's can get out towards A main quite comfortably. Max, though, he's had a really good start. Obviously, there's been a few games where Max has had internet issues, power issues, but already he's back in the server and already providing the goods. 7-1.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that there is a lot of potential on this Velox side, and that's the thing. I think that's the reason why you do sometimes need to give a team like this a little bit of extra time, because Max is still reasonably young. We've seen some good things on him at his time in Velox, which has been his first actual HLTV team, and obviously we know what Johnny Boy can do on his day. Certainly a significantly older player, but still, certainly, and often is the player that I think Velox look towards for some of that firepower. It just feels like they're looking for a couple of these other players to be able to step up alongside, and this could, for all we know, be a bit of a longer project from Velox.
Look, the core of this team been on the same side for 2 years now.
Yeah.
I feel like that's generally. I feel like the project has been given time.
do find one. Timo wants to take down this other 5-7, but I love this in CTs. They are grouping up. Timo won't be able to find any of them. Lots of damage to ABR. No kill converted. It's combat AWP now for Johnny Boy, who takes one down before deciding he's not going to press his luck too much.
Yeah, as well, just drops the Molotov to try and delay. 210 get himself towards A main. I think it is going to be a play through B. Surely that's a safer call, but Game Hunters have got that same read as me, and in fact, Velox will make their way towards A.
Yeah, just keeping this quiet, not giving anything up, any info to the CTs, who are both grouping up towards Old Bomb now.
Yeah, I like this. It's a good idea. There's obviously the idea that players could have made their way through camera, through Ivy. And there it is. PRT finds 210. Now they're going to make their way towards B. Smoke here from Max to try and sell as much as the fake as possible. CT's disrespecting the smoke though, so they'll gain this information that it isn't an A play. But the problem is, Johnny Boy can get posted up so deep here.
I mean, even if he doesn't, Game Hunters have to consider it.
Yeah, exactly.
Have
And
to
no
spend a bit of
defuse
extra
kit.
time.
They don't have that extra time.
Yeah, just this buddy system right now.
I like
Glued
it.
to one another's hip. Johnny Boy has spotted and has missed, so all the pressure on Max.
Yeah, the problem is, Max could be absolutely anywhere. He will get one, can back away as well, and PRT. Lead on the bomb. No time now for the defuse. PRT can't win this one now, and the idea of saving the AWP. Sadly, taken away. Nice round there. I think Max will survive as well. Yeah. Keep the AWP into the next. Nice round there from Velox. They're 5-2 up, Charlie.
Yeah, and when you consider as well, look, they lost the pistol. That second round force, they got extremely close. And it felt like they did enough to win the round. Just a bit unfortunate with timing and positioning of that final CT. But yeah, as soon as the weapons are out, as soon as they finally shut down the economy of their opponents, yeah, it's been smooth sailings ever since.
They've got Mello on the AWP now, which I think is going to be a big difference maker here for Game Hunters. Especially on a map like Train. Velox just creeping into upper. There is this double B setup currently. Mello on the AWP. They've got a rifle elevated towards that deep top oil angle. Has that been given a call out yet? Is there a famous player that's made a play in that position yet that we're just gonna call Nico? Or
What one? What specific position? I know a decent amount of them. I need the exact
B-bomb.
coordinates.
So okay, B-bomb site. You know when you go out upper, it's like on the other side of that little building.
Would it be device now? Because obviously you look towards the end of Train. Remember that 3 HP, 3 bullet pistol clutch? 1v3?
Yeah, it can be. Yeah.
Maybe device? I know I've heard some people call it device around the time of that happening. But yeah, I don't know if there is a legally binding call out just yet for it. I need to see if anyone at home's got any idea.
I don't mind
here though.
Ooh, ABR back of the bomb site finds Max. Mello chimes in as well. It's all on Johnny Boy. 1 versus 4. 12 seconds to play with. Nice round from Mello. He finds 3, and straight away you see the impact. You see the kind of the improvement of when Mello's on the big green.
Yeah, I mean, big difference maker, an important round for Game Hunters to be able to get. But it all started with that aggression towards upper there, just giving that man advantage. No smokes or sort of presence to deter the CTs and Z, and Mello just has sort of free range of that position and angle. Honestly, I probably think Johnny Boy should have tried his luck to see if he could maybe back away into Pop Dog and keep that wall into the next. Sure, he's got an still. Great timing shot. And 210 trying to make his way through 5-6 towards Hell, gets taken down.
I feel like a lot of the time now, the Molotovs, especially on the CT side, are being discredited, but we see the push through the molly there from Slashers. I like the idea of that. It completely catches off 2-10. NBL, though, taking a bit of a risk. Oh, he's been spotted. PRT can find him, and now goes from a tough 3 versus 4 to a near impossible 2v4 because a lot's being held. Mello playing a nice off angle. Johnny Boy to be tasked with finding him, but Mello majorly advantaged here. And I think once he fires off the shot, hit or miss, he's going to be sending out the Molotov. He's got a smoke as well. It's going to be a very difficult round. Pixel angle here for Mello. He's got no problem with it, though. Great find there from Mello, and now... Oh, he's been tagged here, Johnny Boy. Nice damage, but he's got 3 more to find, 3 more to locate. Fires off the no-scope, you assume, but Slashers gets his second. Opportunity to go for the double up, but they opt against it. Game Hunters, a necessary streak of success here, right? Because if Velox found that kind of first round, it'd be looking 6-2 and probably 7-2, and that's where we're saying, okay, well, Train probably going to go the way of Velox here now. But if Game Hunters can end the half with at least 6, maybe even 7, there's certainly the chance for them here.
I mean, that's the thing, is you got to be able to at least keep yourself in a game like this, to be able to give yourself a chance. Don't get me wrong, it's still a good half from Velox. As things stand, it will still end a good half from Velox, but yeah, Game Hunters just have to keep on battling, keep on fighting.
ABR, nice position here. We have seen a little bit of a reposition from Knowles. Just an eco. The 1 Molotov. ABR can offer a fast flank. Knowles is close by. We've got a double B set up. Molly coming through. PRT forced back. But behind the flames he finds. Mello as well chiming in. An aggressive stance here from the T's. I don't mind this. And Timo can find Mello there. Slashers picks down 2-10. And ABR's flank finally coming through. Got Knowles by his side. 1 plant not bad. And the 1 kill on Mello's alright. But look, I think Game Hunters, I don't think they're too bothered with bomb plants. I don't think they're... The most important thing for them is the round.
I mean, that's the thing. It really is going to be that they're at a point in the game now where financially they're going to be fine. So yeah, they kind of need to worry about their own selves rather than Velox too much. But now that they are going to be pretty fine, regardless, this is maybe where they might be able to look to shut down some bomb plants at times. But even then, I think, like you said, rounds far more important than trying to just go that extra mile to stop the Velox economy rising a little bit more than it would have. But yeah, it is just seeing if you're going to stabilize the CT side slightly. If they get 7 rounds, I mean, we've got real game on still.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the problem that Velox might kind of realise now, and we could be seeing a potential tactical pause, because obviously Velox have felt in control of that initial portion, and I think those first 2 rounds very much could have gone the way, or at least the Force could have very gone the way of Velox. But as you said, if Game Hunters find 7, they win the pistol, they win the eco, potentially 9-5 here. And look, all it takes is a couple mistakes, and that's where backs against the wall on your own map selection. This is all very hypothetical, but certainly something Velox need to be worried about.
Well, Velox now making their way back into A main. Looks like they're going to be slowly clearing this position out, but Nulks towards Olof. Playing behind the boxes.
The biggest problem here for Game Hunters, they got 1 HE grenade. That's their only bit of utility. Speaking of utility, comes down here onto the A-bomb site. Flashbang into main. Flashbang over the top. Nulks being held. Timing is perfect for Nulks. Mello as well, holding the pop swing, finding NBL. Max. Great fight. Fair bit of damage taken. The swing coming through from ABR, but Johnny Boy with a quick trade. Still, though, 2 players to find on the bomb site. Mello, a great second in this round. Now all on Johnny Boy. A top red.
It's going to be so easy to get the trade on, even if he does find a kill.
Yeah, very minimal time as well.
Shuts him down, and Fred, that's going to be Game Hunters taking the lead here.
Yeah, you know, we said for Game Hunters, they're not too worried about their opponent's finances. They've got to focus on their own. And obviously for Velox, this could be Galils. It could be kind of no head-armored AKs if they want to give that a risk. But money's looking pretty poor. And from the strong start that Velox once had, it slipped away massively. I think this is a bit of a trend that we've seen from Velox in times, where they can go kind of 5-2, 6-2 up early, and then the game just slips away from them.
final round of the half. Let's see if it does fully slip away from them. It's such a strong round, such a strong start, sorry, and it has been an abundance of rounds just slipped away and a big streak from Game Hunters towards the end. But with limitations, it's certainly a good point for Game Hunters, and maybe they're looking to get a little bit more aggressive than they need to.
Oh, slashers! You not seen him? Well, certainly has now.
Yeah, it might just be
just
one
one
of
of
those
the
sort of
looked at the minimap.
other side, or even just something like that. Yeah. Still finds a kill, so no harm done.
Yeah, gets a second as well.
Good information that Ivy is fully clear.
It's a 5-on-2. Only 1 or 3 damage has been taken, and that was the HE grenade that they threw. Best of luck, MBL. I think we all know you're not achieving much here with the Mac 10 towards upper.
Yeah, not when there's been 3 points of damage dealt to the Game Hunters players.
Ooh,
Might have spotted PRT. Seems pretty convinced by it. Does find one. Does so cleanly. Gets a free upgrade. Bomb is obviously not under his control, and a smoke in his face. We had to drop this smoke to try to give him a bit more room, but just getting chipped away out from the spams, from the nades. I mean, this would be some clutch. Even if he finds one, I'll say that's a great outcome. Well, there you go. He finds one more, taking down Mello. So Game Hunters, Fred. 7 rounds.
Yeah, 5 in a row. Absolutely brilliant. I think Velox, that control they had and kind of the brilliance they were showing, it's clear to see the kind of the pivot in their team's kind of strength and Max's individual strength. He was 9-1 at one point, and very far from those stats now.
I mean, I'm sure. I mean, I'm curious if you will agree, in fact, but when we saw Game Hunters win those first 2 rounds, and obviously how close that second round did come, and we started to see that big streak from Game Hunters, from Velox themselves, sorry, I did think that was probably going to be the main brunt of rounds we see from Game Hunters. That might just be them falling flat from here on out.
Yeah.
But they've completely proven me wrong, though.
Ooh, nice fight from Max. Without that kill, though, Charlie, Max was 1 for 5 in the last 5 rounds. Nice start to this pistol, though, for Velox, getting that opener. Searching more here is Timo. Ooh, clean with the P2000. What? Okay, Timo. I think that gun doesn't have much love, but I'm sure he's going to be keeping using it. What was that?
I mean, I hate
insane.
watching moments like this because it makes me want to go back to the P2K. I mean, look at this. Great first. Second's nice and clean. It's this one, though. It was just a peek out and instantly find 3 bullets, just 3 taps, then eventually finds Mello as well. Some sharp stuff there from Timo.
I'll be honest, Charlie, it could have been any pistol. I think a USP would have still been able to get that set of kills.
Yeah, but that's not the thing, is it, though? It's just the fact
that... It's the sound. It's the sound, isn't it?
It's when you play with the USP and you have a bad pistol round and then you watch a clip like that and you're like, well, yeah, maybe it's the gun. It never is, but it makes you believe.
What happens with the Glock, then?
Oh, I just look at the Glock, it's terrible. Regardless if I see like a 1v5, I'm still like, yeah, the Glock's awful. Just anyone has a big moment, just luck.
Just got agreement from production there. Everyone hates the Glock. I actually prefer the Glock. Crazy shout.
Yeah, that's because you can't hit any headshots.
Exactly. Just running around, man.
As I'm sitting here with 24% headshot in my last 30 games or whatever. But it's a bomb plant. And that's a big success here from Game Hunters. They will get chipped away. They will get found. They find a kill onto Max and get a bomb plant. This is as successful as these sort of ecos and it get to really come for you.
Yeah, it's not bad. And to be honest, Charlie, they're keeping all 4 weapons that they invested in. Yeah, we saw a set of dualies in play, so they go into the round with 4 guns. They go out. They leave the round with 4 guns. You know, for Velox, it's not too bad. Game Hunters, though, it's big. It's important getting that bomb plant. Johnny Boy with the big green in hand. Over this from Velox. Obviously, with them winning the pistol and obviously winning the eco, back to a leveled up game. And you assume most teams do prefer the CT side on a map like Trade. Obviously, you look at the stats for Velox and they're slightly skewed, but you know, I don't think that 20% win rate's a fair assumption. I'm guessing they were probably forcing until the end, until when they were 12-0 up.
Yeah, pretty likely to have been the
setup.
case, but it'd be interesting to see what we see. 210, if he goes down here, the second play is just posted towards Pop, but it is Johnny Boy in the open. PRT, unless he hits that instant headshot, Johnny Boy's always going to have that advantage.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think for 210, maybe he doesn't realise that he can play a little bit deeper down the ramp there. The idea of the setup is to crunch. But, yeah, I don't love 210's positioning there. I think he can be further down the stairs, and I think that's where that setup finds maybe 1 or 2 kills without a casualty.
Maybe even just a little bit more in the open. Just has like a big off angle.
Yeah, potentially. Johnny Boy, though.
Crouched by the sort of upper walkway.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, let's 1-for-1.
This is a big fight, yeah.
The trade has to come through. It does eventually, but
I got nervous there. Yeah,
Johnny Boy, we know what he can do in these sort of close range angles. You definitely don't want to give him another chance, but the bomb will go down. We've got a big flank from Slash as well.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest problem, is because a player in NBL, he's just coming up pop. So they're never going to think about this flank. It's all about how long these players can hold off for. Nox, about timing here. Nox will get taken down, and this flank might not have its kind of true impact. Slashers will get one. Melo's still here towards upper. Molly on the bomb from Slashers. Can't be stuck. Melo will get one. Charging him down, though, is NBL. I don't really know what the bomb radius is like here. Oh, well, it's 70 damage. That's what it is.
Wow.
It's 70 damage. You've got to imagine. A couple pixels to the right, that bomb was planted. Melo might not have lived that.
I mean, there you go. Everyone at home.
NBL, sorry.
You're 70 HP or above. You know where to stand. Anything less?
I think it's 70. He's got to be 71.
Or 71 then.
Yeah. That is crazy.
That is outrageous. I mean, you look at that, a slight, one more tick of the molly.
Yeah, the
couple
bomb
picks
planted,
to the right, yeah. Oh my. Close, very close.
Did he jump? Maybe if he didn't jump, it would have been.
I don't think he did. I think he just closed his eyes and crossed his fingers.
Hands off the keyboard. Oh, I like this from NBL. Very aggressive here. ABR, a lot of damage, but NBL surpassing in the gunfight.
And just slipping away now, not giving any other chances to Game Hunters to get that kill back.
I quite like this. Swap with the MP9. He's giving his rifle to a teammate. He can now play close on the B-bomb side. They can have a double B setup. I think this works out really nicely. Can't go towards upper, though. NBL. If he goes upper, he can go down. No trade, no information. Where is that smoke landing? I believe in Z. Oh, they spot out the MP9. 210 can get a pick here. 210 pre-firing. Very minimal bullets in the magazine. Through the smoke is Timo. And it's Melo in a 1 versus 4. We'll get the first. Surely nothing more, though. Max, close on top of Oil. All posted up as well. Velox, back to 8. A leveled up game once again.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting finish. I mean, look, I'm still looking at Velox in a very solid position. I mean, that is insane. Look how close that is.
210 does really well to get 2 kills there, in fact.
I mean, you can see he's on his final couple of bullets. And the player towards back grey was just sort of biding their time, knowing that he's just spamming, waiting for me to swing into it. But I haven't swung yet. I'm in a great spot, and yet fluff their own lines. 210 with the instant headshot, though. Yeah, massive double kill from him.
Eco here for Game Hunters. I don't mind this call. Well, there's the kind of the option and the opportunity to reset your opponents. Just a little too many survivors for Velox, so it should be an easy round here for Velox. They can get the lead once again. I do say it with so much certainty, but
Certainly should.
yeah, double kill coming through. There's no way they win this round now with Glocks.
Yeah, not even a kill. Not even really any damage dealt.
Yeah, just 2 bullets connecting.
But I would have liked to see a bomb plant, you know, give Mello the option for the AWP even. I think that could be a very big piece to this puzzle for this T side. I mean, look, Johnny Boy, he's had some big moments with the AWP. Mello, we saw the difference in terms of Game Hunter's CT side when he had that weapon out. I think it is going to be something that they've got to do what they can to sort of get it there.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, CT flash there. Johnny Boy's taking so much damage in that molly. ABR though chipped away as well.
I mean, this is going to be this half was always going to be the biggest test for Game Hunters. We already know that Velox had a decent enough T side. But it's just to be able to see if Game Hunters really have what it takes to be able to take down a team on train, and it all is really going to stem from this half. You can have a decent CT side, you can have a good CT side in fact, but it does become very evident if it's not really a forte this map just yet, and hopefully that's not going to be the case here. But obviously this fall by lost, it's going to be Velox finding 10, likely 11, and then you don't really have any chances left.
Ooh, firing through the smoke. Timo gives his position away. Man advantage now for Game Hunters. They've got 40 seconds to work with. The lack in utility is going to be really difficult, though. A play through B, seemingly the goal. Could be a big risk. There's only 35 seconds left. MBL is going to be pushing up. We've got 2-10 close by as well. This could go so wrong here for Game Hunters.
No one looking. 2 kills found. MBL finds another.
Game Hunters, why have they opted? They've just found a kill towards the A bomb site. Why have they opted to not just go towards A? 6 seconds. 4. Get the plant down. It's a 1-on-1. There's certainly a chance there. All posted up. Johnny Boy wins this. Oh, timing! Oh, timing and a missed shot. Never mind, Mello. Nice 1 versus 2 there. How is that round gone the way of Game Hunters? We see that triple come through from MBL, somehow meaning nothing.
Yeah, that is insane. I mean, look, is this 1 kill from PRT here, though? He doesn't find 210, but he allows his teammate to get the trade. Johnny Boy's a little bit further out of the action in case they decide to go down pot to A. And then, like you said, it just shows how punishing that AWP can be. 1 missed shot. That's it.
Oh, nice find from ABR. Ooh, aware of the push down Ivy, Mello finds Max, and now a 5-on-3. Game Hunters. Opportunity to find 10 here. I think this is where Velox, they probably need to just look at this round as already a save. But ABR's decided to give up a freebie. Johnny Boy posted up with the AWP. Johnny Boy, though, isolated, found. Aware of 210's position as well. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know why we didn't see kind of a stack on a bomb site, whether it was A or B. There was a rotation. There was a double B setup, but I think in that moment, with the importance of this round and the finances being so weak, I think Velox had to be in a mindset of, well, we gamble, we full gamble. If we get it right, we've got a chance. If we don't, then we can save.
Yeah, I wish we got to see that from Johnny Boy's POV, because he looked caught out. Because he was obviously posted initially, but it looked like he might have just went to transition elsewhere, maybe unscoped. I don't even know if he's able to fire and miss a shot. It just looked like he's completely caught off guard there.
Exactly.
And you think that B setup with 2 players would have won the round alone? Probably not, but it certainly could have caused damage and allowed for potentially a sort of 2-on-2 to come through afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. Bit of a shooting gallery here. Just the 1 bullet connecting onto PRT.
Tell me, Fred, how worried are you now if you're Velox? Because you were in the position where we were looking at them potentially having this scoreline.
Yeah, I'm calling attack pull straight away in this one. I think the fact that Game Hunters are now at 11, 1 mistake, 2.9 loss bonus, if Velox lose this round, they probably lose the game. And with this being their map selection and the difficulties that we've seen from them on both Nuke and Anubis in the past, and the advantage we've kind of already given Game Hunters on those maps just based off of win rate and sample size, I think for Velox, I would be absolutely breaking it right now. I think this is such a big round, and Max, you just peek unnecessarily. What is the value in that? It gives his life up. Advantage C now for Game Hunters. And this is maybe where Velox have to have the idea, well, okay, it's a 4-on-5. Maybe we're not there yet, but there's got to be a moment in this round. If they lose another life and it's a 5-on-3, they have got to gamble a bomb site. Maybe even just look to save off the bat, because the loss bonus isn't high enough, and the individuals haven't been good enough. The fat mass of NBL just shot Timo there. Saw a player swinging out a pop and just assumed it was an enemy.
It does.
Reaction time, right?
To the best of us. But I mean, this is gonna have to be a monstrous B hold from 2-10. Johnny Boy can rotate in, and he has done so.
There's going to be a lot of utility here, though. Plenty of flashes. PRT, he's dropped down, he made noise. And that's why we're seeing Timo rotate across as well. He's in a position where he can get himself towards Z very quickly, but the flash is coming over. 2-10 still on the back of the bomb site, but no one holding! And the rotation from Timo's excellent, he can find two. A 2-on-2 scenario now. We've got a late flank from NBL. 19 seconds on the clock. Bomb has to go down. ABR prepared for the idea of Timo's reposition. Mello holding towards lower. If ABR gets this kill onto Timo, round is over. Timo's got to survive here. Out in the open. Oh, missed shot. NBL's still here. Can find Mello. ABR's done very well to rotate round. ABR will get one. No kit on NBL. Flashbang coming through. It's planted on the left-hand side. And NBL will go down. Game Hunters can find themselves 12. And this is where, if you're Velox, could be over. Look at the money they've got to work with. I doubt we'll even see a rifle. Timo's the only one that can get out an M4. Or a premium rifle, should I say.
Yeah, this is super scary times ahead for Velox now on their map selection. We sort of did look at it feeling the team's best chance to win this series. It felt like things should head to a 3-mapper here. Both teams in an awkward spot recently. Train felt like a near guaranteed nail-on victory for Velox, and yet Game Hunters have showed up. I don't exactly think they've had a unbelievable Train game plan. I don't think they're a team who looks super well drilled on it, but they've done what they've needed to do, and they've done
definitely.
that well.
I think the crazy thing is we saw that kind of 5-round streak from Velox at the start, and realistically it could have been a 6-round streak as well. Yet there was no tactical pause called from Game Hunters. Game Hunters then go on a 5-round streak of their own. Velox don't utilise the tac pause. That was the first tactical pause that we've seen in this game already, and it's coming down in, you know, the final 3 rounds. We need to see a little bit more from both of these sides. Obviously, Game Hunters, yes, you know, their game plan's clearly working. They're you know, they are in a good spot. They've got 3 opportunities to close this one out. But look, I think it's going to be an exciting end to this. We have just got word that ABR is going to need to restart, I believe, internet and power. I'm not too sure. So we're hoping that he'll be back as soon as possible. But I think, Charlie, what we will do is jump into a break. Much quicker than I think many assumed. Obviously, we've got Velox now staring down the barrel of 3 rounds needed just to get it to OT.
Yeah, it's a tough time, and look at the weapons they've got to do it with. A Scout, a FAMAS, 2 MP9s, and a 1 M4. At least they have a defuse kit.
Yeah, at least they've got that. Utility's not too bad either. I like the idea of this. Kind of like a triple pop setup. And with Game Hunters kind of positioning quite a lot towards upper B, I think it's a good idea from Velox. Maybe a little late on this read, but not a bad plan.
Game Hunters again, just taking their time. Not going to be rushing anything here. 2 to 10. A bit of a gunfight there between him and PRT, but no actual damage dealt.
Yeah, Deep Molly as well. They've cleared out lower pop now, and whether they're ready for 2 MP9s outside, I doubt it, but this Ivy play's perfect. Johnny Boy with a Scout. He is holding for this, but I love the idea of this Ivy play. And they've got the knowledge that there's probably some weaker weapons in play, so let's head to Ivy, keep the range, have that advantage. Johnny Boy found. Great opener from ABR now. Elevated angle here for Timo.
The M4 is the heaviest hitting weapon.
Look at Nox though, he's a late playthrough A-main. No one's going to be holding him. Freebie there onto Max in pop. 210 rotating in. We'll find Mello on the AWP. 210's got to find plenty here though as he rotates through Ivy. ABR holding. Timo on the back of the bomb site. 23 seconds remain now. Man advantage still for Game Hunters. Out in the open is 210. He falls. They take down the MP9 in Pop Dog, and there it is. 13 found by Game Hunters. They find victory on map number 1. This was Velox's map pick, and the way in which this game started, Charlie, I think we all believed it to go the way of Velox, but now that Game Hunters have won 13-9, we've got to say there is so much work for Velox to do now. Not only have we got Nuke, but also Anubis as these kind of remaining 2 maps. If I was Velox, I would be so scared.
Yeah, I mean, this is really worrying times ahead from this Velox side. Game Hunters with a 39, like you said, on their map selection. Nuke's a dicey map in itself for Velox. I mean, it's not the greatest of maps in terms of what we've seen from Game Hunters either, to be fair, but it's a map they have picked. Similar to Velox in terms of map number 1 here. We're going to be favouring them. Now, with them going 1 map down, I think everyone begins to favour Game Hunters by a decent margin here.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think for Velox, their best chance to win this series would have been 2-0 because of the fact that Nuke hasn't been perfect for Game Hunters. But now, Game Hunters, they got 2 opportunities to take it. They've got both Nuke, which is their map selection, and Anubis being the 3rd and final, which we kind of thought would have been their map pick anyway. Obviously, Charlie, the loser of this game, does go 0-3. They're removed from the Swiss stage, and the other team just holding on to survival. But look, Nuke's going to be an exciting map, but we are going to be jumping to a break beforehand. Look, Charlie, we move to Nuke. It's the selection of game hunters, and obviously them taking train is kind of a great statement for them regarding the rest of the series, and also kind of regarding this map, because we've looked how they played recently on it. I think train's not been their best. They lost, I believe it was to 2070, I want to say, on train. Oh no, it's the Swingers, but they lost in 13-7. Now that they've won it, maybe they're going to be a little bit more confident with it in their veto system, especially against a team that looked very good on train in the past. But Velox, they do have the chance to upset. They still have the chance to come back here. Nuke, though, maybe not the best map for them.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's going to be the difficulties. It does feel like Game Hunters had a couple of different options that they could have selected. Maybe just due to Velox not having a huge amount of sample size, it would always be difficult to try to punish pick against them. I'm sure these guys probably would have scrimmed together on multiple occasions anyway, but yeah, we literally have not seen a game from Velox on Nuke in the last 3 months. Game Hunters, we've seen 9. It's one of their more played maps. It's not been a great win rate, but that feels like a bit of a statement that could go for both teams pretty much whole map pool right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a 33% win rate that they're sort of running with. It's been a pretty dire sort of recent or sort of turn of the year, I suppose, from them. They've only had 1 win out of 7 games there from them. Yeah, it's been a tough time. Sorry, about 6 games, sorry. Yeah, only 1 win there. Don't get me wrong, they played against some more difficult teams, like your Fluxos, like your Crews.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not exactly been the greatest of showings. But a couple of them they can bring close, and you're hoping that now they're against a team like Velox, who are also in a pretty weak spot in terms of their recent form, as well as they're not exactly a big Nuke team. This could be Game Hunter's chance to pounce and get out of that 0-2 spot and bring themselves up.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, look, they've had a 13-0 loss, they've had a 13-3 loss, but as you said, some of the losses are 13-10s, 13-11s, kind of overtime games here or there. So I think Game Hunters, I think they know that the stat is a little bit skewed. I think, as well as you mentioned, some of the teams they have been facing have been very, very top tier on this map. So I think now Velox, they've got some work to do. Obviously, we know, as you said, Nuke's not their greatest outlet, but I think the stats for Velox are quite tough to look at, because realistically, this is a side that have only played, I think this is going to be their 3rd series within the last 3 months. So I think when it comes to sample size, when it comes to statistics, it's quite tough to read into. Obviously, we do know, though, you look back to Series 5, kind of when they were kind of back playing, I guess. I don't know whether they took a break because of rosters, or maybe they just weren't playing as much or not playing as well. But you look back to that Series 5, they got there through the playoffs. So, it's a team that have looked pretty decent maybe last year towards the latter end, but it's clear they've had not the greatest of starts. What a game it would be for them to upset, though. They come back on Nuke, they take it. Anubis, an even better map for Game Hunters. Velox, if they go the distance, if they take it to Anubis and find victory, I think it'll be a real good game for their confidence. Because you have to imagine, Charlie, the confidence here on the Velox side is going to be at an all-time low after losing Train.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It certainly would be a pretty astounding best of 3 if we ended up seeing Game Hunters take a map that they don't particularly play. It didn't look like they've ever wanted to play it, and it's been more a map that they floated in these series, and when they played it once, yeah, they got pretty dominated on it. And the fact that they were able to take that here is a statement in itself. But the fact they're moving on to Nuke, if Velox can once again sort of do a very similar thing to what Game Hunters just did on map number 1, yeah, I think we're in for a thrill in Anubis if we do manage to get here. But the chips certainly are down for Velox, and there's not a lot of people, I'd say, probably riding on them right now, as it does feel like a very tough spot for them. I think it's going to be important that you've got to look at it. They're going to be starting on the CT side, or at least you would imagine they've elected to start on that CT side.
Yeah.
And I do think a good start, just winning the pistol, sort of winning the first full buy as well, that can be, honestly, just a couple of rounds like that can be big for instilling some confidence in them.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Charlie, we've seen the outcome of Train, and I think Velox, they definitely should have won it. I think that's safe to say. They got the 5-2 up on the T side of Train. They were looking very promising. I have to ask, do you think the kind of the neglect in taking those tack pauses when Game Hunters went on a streak is a big factor for Velox? For me personally, I'd say it probably is.
I mean, look, sometimes it does feel like we see a lot of teams just sometimes get a little bit too sucked into games when things are starting to get quite tense, where there's starting to be a lot of big pressured moments, and sometimes these guys do just feel locked into the game, maybe a little bit more than they should do. Sure, for some teams it can work out, But it feels like for most teams, it does feel like sometimes just take that step back, regroup, reevaluate what your options are, and just discuss how to progress forward. Because I do think, yeah, using a few more tack boards on the side of Velox, we could have seen a different outcome on Train. We could have seen them try something a little bit different. Because, yeah, we weren't really seeing anything that made me all too impressed of their CT side. And you touched on sort of their win rate in the last 3 months against Yawara, which it was just that one map that they already led the half 12-0. So, sure, they had a pretty, what was it, 20% of win rate on their CT side, which is obviously skewed in itself. But, yeah, maybe there's not a lot more that they had on display, really.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one. We have just got word that we're going to be going live into Nuke now. There were some slight player delays, but hopefully we don't see any more of those, no more technical issues. But into the action on Nuke, Charlie. And my final question to you before we see this pistol round come through is, look, you're a very optimistic person when it comes to comebacks, when it comes to upsets. Are you back in Velox? Are you thinking they can do it? Or is it too far gone already?
I honestly think it's just a bit too soon to tell. I think we'll, like I said, I think we'll get a pretty good idea depending on how the first sort of 5 rounds go.
Okay.
I think if Velox do put on a good display, start to take an early lead there, then yeah, why not? I certainly think there's all the chances, but if we do just see them fall very flat early doors on Nuke, then I do fear for their chances slightly. There's a lot of outside fighting from the Glock, and there's a lot of CTs to fight at range, but ABR's P250 connects onto the head. This is the bomb on Slash.
Yeah, I like the speed that Slash has gone. Yeah, he's got teammates close by, though. I think the idea is to take these initial fights, force some rotations, and look, ABR's the player that we kind of spoke about. ABR had kind of a bit of an interesting game on Train. He did go negative, but there was many moments when it came to kind of opening duels towards A main where I actually think ABR was looking pretty decent on the T side. Obviously, though, PRT, I think he kind of takes the crown. He had a lot of impact. Same with Mello. And on a map like Nuke, I feel like the AWPers can have so much impact. But it's going to be about timing here as players emerge their way out of heaven. And the Julies, NBL, lovely finds that. It really should have been the players out of main taking that contact first, but they just allow the players in Hut to try and isolate, and isolate they do.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this bomb was dropped onto the site. Yeah, they certainly made a meal out of trying to retrieve it. The bomb does go down, and it just allows the rest of the Velox players to get into position where they can deny as soon as that stick comes through. Yeah, I don't really know the whole idea of jumping on top of the bomb site to clear the back of site. It seemed maybe trying to get a deeper view into heaven.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Look, I think the biggest problem with that round, as I said, is the Heaven player should never be going out first. You let players make contact towards main. Could have even maybe dropped one down the vent as a bit of a ruse, and then the Heaven players emerge out. I think a lot of the time, when fights like that can just be so heavily isolated, so unnecessary. But obviously for Velox, they do find the pistol, which is, you know, very important for their endeavours to kind of find success here. Ooh, the Glock here, NBL, what has happened? Trying to crunch here with the MP9. Nice work there from Timo. Max, speedy enough to deny any chance of a plant, and Slash is all alone here towards red. We see that kill come through towards A. I can't think of a single reason why Game Hunters didn't just look to go A. Get onto the bomb site, get yourself a FAMAS, get the bomb down. I really don't know why they've not just gone A.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be a challenging round, but it felt a little bit too split at the end there for the Glocks to ever really be able to find anything else as well as getting that bomb plant. And then you even look at that sort of play towards lower. You saw one of the players initially in secret swing early. They get taken down, and then we see the event player swing as well as the second secret player. It was just too staggered. I think if they all went together, probably could have found that the player towards Decon, and that could have been the chance to go on and do something. But yeah, it wasn't to be that.
A couple weaker weapons in play on Timo and Max. We've got the MP9s, obviously a fair bit of money alongside them, but Johnny Boy's got the AWP here now. Looks as though it's going to be a bit of play towards A. Johnny Boy currently in ramp. Sends the Molotov. Boosted up here. Johnny Boy can find PRT. A And now it's a question for the T's. Slashers able to back away. We've got a player top hut and Timo. The vast majority of the utility already used here. Just a molly and a smoke remaining for Game Hunters. ABR maneuvering towards outside. We already have Nulks in secret. It seems like Game Hunters are taking all this space, but I don't really know where they're going to go here. They're still 2 in lobby. Slash has gone up top to send the util. Really don't know what the game plan is here for Game Hunters, I've got to say. This fight here is going to be everything. Shoulder spotted. Mello can find MBL. 210 though, taking down ABR. So key that Timo can still just stay on top of Hut. 16 seconds left. Seems like they're just going to be saving.
Yeah, it's a disappointing conclusion for the first full buy from the T's. Haven't really got to see, I think the start that they would have wanted on this. Or the fact that I think a lot of their fans would have wanted either. But, yeah, I mean, look, this is the start that Velox needed. It's certainly positives for them, where Game Hunters lack a little bit. And this is something that we were criticising Velox for slightly on map number 1. Game Hunters instantly, they lose the first full buy. They reevaluate those options.
Yeah, I like the idea of it. It's something that we didn't really see from Velox. I've got to... Look, I said it in the round, there was about 50 seconds left. We had a player down in secret. We had one towards main. Just seemed very split. Already, I've got to say, Velox have looked the more kind of well-drilled side here on Nuke. Game Hunters' decision-making, we have to put into question.
Let's see what Game Hunters have been able to figure out on this one. Well, not how to smoke off Garage and wait for it, as Johnny Boy gets an easy kill there onto Nulks, who just swings outside, and the AWP posted up has far too easy a time just to connect that shot.
It's just so unnecessary. Already we've seen a double rotation down towards the lower site. And obviously the ramp player maneuvers as well. The right plan for Game Hunters is to just leave a player here, maybe ABR on the Tech 9, and try and make your way towards the A-bomb site. 210 has rotated back up the vent. A minute to work with here. 3 flashbangs, 1 smoke grenade. Not really enough utility. It's going to be tough. Game Hunters, though, it seems like they are going to make their way out towards B. 1 towards backside, 1 in dark. Nice find with the Tech 9 from ABR. Max can double, though, and now it's all about delaying. 210 can maneuver to double doors. Mello's got to find this kill. Free fire comes through, but onto 3 HP. Slashers now with so much work. HE grenade is going to find Mello. All on Slashers. Spotted and found. Great retake there. Well, I say retake, the bomb's not down, but a great round there from Velox. It seems far too easy here. As you said, it was kind of that opening kill. Don't know why you're peeking before the smokes landed. Such an unnecessary decision.
Yeah, I mean, it is just these sort of basic things that, sure, you might be able to get away with it 70% of the time, but it is that 30% that you give up a kill. You put your team in an awkward position, and what do you gain in return apart from information?
Well, the only other thing you gain is, oh, you get to red box half a second quicker. There's no point in it.
Which, chances are, he was still going to stay there as just a bit of a lurk. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Game Hunters so far, their T-side has not instilled much faith that 2-0 is going to come through, but still, there's a lot of rounds left to be played. I mentioned, I think I want to see Velox have a good start to this game. This is the sort of start I wanted. Nice clean out from Johnny Boy and 210 outside.
Down the vent they go, though, ABR. They are able to clear here. The bomb going down would be so valuable. Although has been able to creep down. I say creep. Certainly spotted and fired at, but bomb plant's nice. The problem is the T's are a little bit too static here. Someone's got to make a play. You're not going to win this round with just the pistols and no utility. You've got to find a frag. All retaking from ramp, though. This could be a bit of a problem, but Johnny Boy holding. Same with Max, and now all on Mellow. 1 versus 4. I'd just go and try and find that gun on the A-bomb site. And the chance of winning this one is so slim. Smoke, molly, flash. All players with the fuse kit. I think we all know what that one means.
Yeah, maybe a kill and a weapon saved into the next round from Mellow. Have cleared out towards Decon, but no kill will be found, so we'll just be keeping this armor alive. But surely an AWP's going to come through. Mellow opting against it. I mean, look, Fred, this is one of the maps the T-side AWP in isn't exactly easy. But it does feel like you're at a point where you're 5-0 down. Things haven't been going great for you. Maybe just a bit of stability and having the AWP and being able to challenge Johnny Boy outside more confidently is just the sort of change that game hunters need.
Speed here towards A. We do see this change of pace. It works out nicely initially. They've still got to deal with MBL, but a great double from Nox. Johnny Boy, though, it's a great find. The molly going to force him out. Flash coming through. Ooh, sadly. Johnny Boy, in fact, takes too much attention away. The flash not blinding anyone. And now, just a save for Johnny Boy. Game Hunters, they will get their first round on the board here, but still, I think Velox have been in very much control of this half so far.
Yeah, but it is an important round. It's an important stepping stone for Game Hunters on this T side to try to see if they can progress a little bit more, which they're certainly going to need to do. You can't just be waiting for your CCT side. You can't just know that, oh, you've got yourself in a good spot because you're confident with your CCT side. You've got to give yourself a CCT side to fight with. And that comes from at least getting a good few rounds on this T. I'm expecting, I want to say at least 4 minimum for Game Hunters. And even then, I'd probably like to see a little bit more, but I think 4 would be a decent foundation to build off of, worst case scenario.
Well, the setup here on A, in fact. Velox, they were caught off guard kind of towards the site, so playing a nice kind of setup here. Elevated. I know where the flashes lined up. Not enough contact towards outside to force Johnny Boy to hold. 210 elevated here. Oh, he's fully blinded out in the open, but still not taken down. Oh, just a slight contact out of her. Makes it very possible. Nox and PTR, great finds. Max now rotating in from heaven. Oh, Max. Falling to PRT there. It's on Johnny Boy and 2-10 now in the 2 versus 4. Johnny Boy, that's a nice fight.
Oh, wasn't far
So
off spotting
close, yeah.
slashes there either. It's such a difficult position for Johnny Boy to clear out. It's close Tetris. I say that. Why clear it out when you can just wallbang it instead? 210 drop down. ABR will be able to find. Oh, ABR almost got taken down, and that could have changed how that round was played.
Yeah, massively. But Game Hunters, an important second. The money for Velox isn't perfect. So this is where Game Hunters can go on a bit of a streak of their own. And I think for Velox, going into their next full buy, oh, they've opted for the investment here. It's not actually too bad. A few MP9s, we know that it can work on Nuke towards top heart, towards ramp. But I'm interested as to why Velox haven't called a pause.
Obviously, this round itself, you know how key this is for what it will do to Velox's money.
Game Hunters have sent Nulks down. He's been able to get down here without being spotted. They sent 2 nades, one for the first smoke, one for the second. There is a kind of precautionary rotation down here from Timo on the MP9, but I've got to say, not bad here from Game Hunters. Timo's positioning, he's going to get found.
Yeah, T's not progressing all too fast yet, so Max is able to make his way down. Mellow Zorp just holding any rotations will find as well. It's a 5 versus 3. This is where Game Hunters want to just be able to group up with one another, but you can see PRT is quite out of this round. Mellow Zorp still towards outside. It is a 3 versus 1 on the bomb site though for the T's. Oh! PRT does spot. It takes him a little while to fully register there's a player there.
Yeah, and it's now all on Johnny Boy. Slashers is yet to get a kill here. Let's not give Johnny Boy too many frags. Okay, Slashers will still be yet to find a kill. Oh, he's pushing for it. What is going on here? The bomb is only 1/3 ticked. Oh, if he found Mellow there, if he took down Mellow, I'm a strong believer he wins the round.
The thing is, I think he might have just assumed ABR, like the rest of his team, also on the hunt. But yeah, 3 kills given up. I mean, look, it is worth it, but it does get worrying. And just was not as coordinated as potentially it should have been. But look, you're taking a weapon out of the hand. Velox, they can't buy. Don't give them any reason to be able to think they can, or don't give them any chance in this round. This is how Game Hunters get back into this one. They're fine financially, so getting rid of the AWP is by all means worth it. But yeah, just how they go about it, certainly worrying.
Yeah, I think as well, Timo's got enough money to drop over an AWP to Johnny Boy in the next, which is obviously going to be a big factor. You know, you just have to look at the kills. Johnny Boy's 10 and 3. He's clearly one of the main reasons that they have had such successes here. We do know, though, that there's nearly a 20% difference between Game Hunters' CT side and their T side. So, I think for Game Hunters, I think if they can find 4 or 5, they'll feel very comfortable. They really will. And as you pointed out on Train, and it's somewhat similar to Nuke, I feel like you really see a difference in a team's actual knowledge and ability on a map when they switch to the T side. So, Velox, although they have found 5, I think we all know this game can very much be turned on its head.
Oh, timing's a little bit dicey there for Nulk. They're still able to get themselves set up again. ABR is chipped away out, so probably should have just tucked and hoped that Nulks could find a loan. But Nulk could still go down. His bullets are not connecting. And Timo's making him look like a bit of a fool right now. The Tech9 and Mellow connects to the headshot, so it's a round victory for Game Hunters, as we always expected it was going to be. It's 5-4. That 5-0 start. That's very quickly disappeared. And Game Hunters are certainly going to feel like they're back in the swing of it.
Yeah, definitely. Look, and I think now for Velox, there are some slight tech issues, but I don't really know why we still haven't seen a tactical pause. I just see no value. I see no kind of... Why are they neglecting to use them? It's clear that Game Hunters have got themselves a little bit back in this one. Velox, your best chance would be kind of winning the half, 9-3, 8-4. And the fact that, they still yet to find 6 or 7, surely they've got to kind of identify this.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what happened on this one, because I think... Like, it's a tactical pause. We all know that it is just gonna... It's not necessarily the same as a technical pause where you're looking to figure things out, but it is just that sort of breather, that minute or two that you have, just to sort of reset yourself from what has just transpired. Because they had a great start to this game. Game Hunters did look very underwhelming, though, it has to be said, initially on their T side. Felt like the game plan that they had felt a little bit off, looked very spaced, looked like they were spaced quite poorly.
Yeah.
Feels like their tactical balls over Fred worked out.
Yeah, exactly. Look, and I think when you see a moment like that, where you see one team just neglecting the extra, 15, 20, 30 seconds that they're going to have to cool things through, I really don't know. But look, Velox proved me wrong. Win this half 8-4 without the use of a tactical pause, I think it'd be great for them, and I think it'd be great for the series. Their chance, obviously, it comes down to Nuke. If they lose here, they are out of the Swiss stage.
Massive round for Velox. They tried to swing that pendulum back in their favour. Because otherwise, I do think, this is going to be Game Hunters sort of looking down the barrel of, to maybe accomplish at least 6 on their T side. I said I think minimum 4. They've already achieved that.
Slashers is still yet to get a kill, and Game Hunters are getting themselves back into the game. I like this setup here towards ramp, though. It's going to be tough for Game Hunters to crack. I like the rotation from Johnny Boy. ABR's taking so much control here, and he would have heard that drop into the bomb site.
Yeah, time is ticking heavily, so ABR are going to be a big difference maker in this round. Oh, timing's insane there. As soon as Max turns around, that's when the peak comes through. Still even trades in the 3-on-3. The Tech 9 out for Mello is doing a lot of the work. And with 15 seconds, the bomb will be going down. And a 1 versus 2 for the veteran of 2 to Hen.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough for 2 to Hen. He's not gone quiet here. Mello, it looks as though he wants to take a fight. A missed shot for Mello. A chance for 2 to Hen, but doesn't strike. If you get on the back of the bomb site, I think his best chance is just to stick it first time. Hope that someone doesn't take the bait. We do see the swing. Slashers can find. Second kill found. 2 in that round, in fact.
Yeah, just counts down that timer. No movement seen, nothing heard. Goes for the wide swing, connects it. An important round for Game Hunters again. Leveled up game, and like we said, expecting that things are going to be looking like a 6th now. It's going to be another partial buy. Velox are in a point, obviously, with the full loss bonus where they're going to constantly be able to go for these.
Yeah, we're seeing another attack pause from Game Hunters as well. But Velox, I've got to say, it's so difficult to watch because it's just the fact that they were so heavily in the lead again. It's very reminiscent to what we saw on Trade.
Only 2 rounds remaining though. And Velox, I mean, it'd be a brilliant one if they were to take this one. Obviously, there's not a lot of utility with the hold off any sort of Game Hunters push. There's 2 Molotovs, an HE grenade, and a flashbang. And I like this, the aggression towards ramp. They go 1 for 1. They'll probably look at that as a reasonably worthy trade. Can get this weapon upgraded as well. Emo does opt to back away. There's a little bit of extra info that no one is directly towards Trophy, or at least looking into that. But obviously, Nuke is one of those maps that it's all about CT rotations, and when you do lose a player, regardless if it's a one-on-one trade, you have to start to leave. That gap is towards outside.
Yeah, I think the problem is as well, is Game Hunters, they've kind of generally had a fair bit of control and space towards outside. The amount of times you've seen a player deep towards Secret, or as you can see in this round, it's kind of Nolk's already wrapping through Garage. Still though, there's many moments where Game Hunters, they don't look fully in control. It's that moment from Nolks, he's completely alone. It's this half buy. There's no trade potential. He just gives his life up, and And although for Velox they are still disadvantaged regarding weaponry and utility, they've got a chance in this round. They've already taken a bit of a gamble rotating 210 down towards lower. There'll be a quick rotation towards ramp. ABR, it's all about timing here. I'll make sure they clear 210. He will go 1 for 1. Excellent from 210 in that scenario. Oh, they spot out the player there. 20 seconds remaining. They've heard the vent break as well. Snap of the bomb. Oh, PRT. Great find on to Timo. And now, MBL, 1 versus 2.
Yeah, just a little bit further away from the action than he wanted. He's going to have to shift all the way into the action, because obviously any steps made will probably give up his chance of the round. No defuse kit either, so this bomb being a third ticked is going to be an issue. By the time he even gets towards single door, bomb's half ticked. He's only got about 10 seconds to get on it, so might just pick up this AK and save, but is looking for the fight actively. But it's Melo's Tech 9 again, which has caused a lot of damage to Game Hunters recently, or for Game Hunters recently.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I feel like we've seen more action from Melo's sidearm than the main big green. Obviously, AWPing on the T side of Nuke, I think we all know the difficulties.
And just this one remaining round now. Game Hunters from 0-5 down. Not only are in the lead, but are in a point where they can get 7 in a row.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Look, I think Velox, it's clear that pistol round and kind of initial ideas in the games work quite nicely, yet they crumble ever since Game Hunters took that tactical pause, ever since they kind of reevaluated what was going wrong on their T side. How is this game back in the way and under the control of Game Hunters so effortlessly? As you pointed out, Charlie, it was a 5-0 start.
It does just look like we've seen Game Hunters get a few rounds on the board. They knew they were the better team on this map. They took that time out. Made sure that they ironed out these mistakes, because that's what the first rounds consisted of. A lot of mistakes that you wouldn't really see from a team who want to select this map. And yeah, as soon as it felt like they started getting 1-2 rounds, that's where it felt like, okay, they're fully in their stride now. They're fully in the swing of it. And a brilliant game from here on out. But yeah, Velox fell pretty massively from the heights that they had at the start of this one. Now, not only losing that 5-0 start, losing the half on the favoured side of Nuke. It's a scary time ahead for Velox, as that 0-3 lingers even closer.
Yeah, and I think the way in which they're playing, the way in which they're neglecting the tactical pauses, the lack of trading, the poor spacing, I think for Velox, I really struggle to imagine how their T side's going to look.
Now pistol hit towards ramp comes through. Velox going into a 3-man stack. PRT does find one. ABR as well gets tagged down in the process. I'll be honest, I feel like a lot of these ramp setups I've watched recently have just been pretty disappointing. 210 does grab a kill back there as well, so it's advantage for Velox as this bomb goes down. ABR does have the defuse kit, but obviously just being 18 points of health, it's not going to be an easy time for him.
Yeah, I think ABR, he's got a lot of time to work here towards ramp, and with the reposition of 210, I think realistically Game Hunters don't realise their chance in this round was possible. You know, 210's kind of hunting on the A-bomb side. I don't really know what's going on.
Maybe I will find one more at least. Melo's going to be able to save his armour. He's getting pushed by 210, and well, there's his free upgrade to armor gone, and there's his life gone as well. 210 with a double. Making sure all the CTs do go down and taking away sort of that chance for the force buy. I mean, we still could see one from Game Hunters, but it might just be a lot less appealing of an idea.
Yeah. I think do Game Hunters need to force? I don't think so. I think realistically, I think that's where you maybe think the confidence of Game Hunters at an all-time low. You know, they're still in control. They lose this round, it's 7-7. They're on the favoured side, and I think we know that the Velox T side should show some difficulties.
These UFPs towards outside, probably not going to want to give too many kills to these MAC-10s who are starting to push towards them. 2-10 only able to find one. MAC-10 not retrieved, but this is going to give an idea that Timo wants to start to get in on some of this action. He knows that there's eco kills to be had. He knows that he wants to give his MAC-10 some money. And this isn't going as cleanly as I think the T's probably would have wanted.
No, definitely not.
Do get the kills, and with Johnny Boy finding a triple as well, see him drop over that MAC-10, bring out an AWP straight away. It might be what they're discussing with these MAC-10s. Look, there's still 2 Macs in play. It might just be, okay, what do we want to do? You want to get rid of these, upgrade to AKs? We know that this game's still in a bit of a tough spot for us, or we fully gamble with these SMGs. Play it as a bonus round. Give ourselves a bit of money to play with in the next, as well as seeing if we can do it with the weaker weapons and just sort of give ourselves such a financial boost if we can win it.
Alright, Charlie, I asked you the question early on and you said give it a couple rounds. I'm going to pose it again. Where do you think this is going? Do you think Velox can do it?
See, I think it's interesting. If you ask me...
You're not pushing it back.
If you asked me after 5 rounds of this game, I probably would have said, yeah, Velox can do it. I definitely wouldn't have said it's guaranteed, but I definitely think they could have done it. Now, though, I'm going to get proven so wrong, considering it's an even score if Velox going to win this. But now, though, yeah, after seeing what happened after those initial 5 rounds, I'll be very surprised if Game Hunters can't take this one. It's their map selection. They had a great finish to the T side. They've finally got weapons on their CT. They took Train down against all odds. And now they've got a chance to 2-0 Velox and keep themselves alive here in Series 8. I probably would have to give it to Game Hunters, and I'd be surprised if a lot of people are betting against them right now. Nuke spamming away, does connect onto Max. There's one of the weapons gone instantly for a spam of the smoke. Players have dropped down vents though.
Yeah, only 2 of them have gone down.
Well, though. ERT is holding. So the bomb's not going to go down necessarily for free. Bomb does get planted. But it makes things a little bit uncomfortable for the CTs, because they don't know where all of these Ts are. They know that they're not all down towards the lower bomb site. And it's how much time do you spend committing to search these other players, and how much time do you spend actually looking to get on that bomb site? Well, Nulks, I think he makes the decision a bit easier with 210 going down. These are great kills to be found so quick, and it's all on MBL. 1 versus 5. There's not a defuse kit, Fred. Someone's got to get on the bomb. If the bomb diffuser does get taken down, the round is won.
Yeah, they've won the round. Absolutely brilliant from MBL there. I don't know why there's so many players kind of just sat deep towards Secret, towards Ramp. You just need to be holding single door. That's the only place that you can get denied from. I really don't know what's happened there, but Velox...
1v5.
Yeah, it's embarrassing. Game Hunters...
I don't know what they're doing. Why they're so passive. It was all left up to 1 player to hold that peak. Like you said, it can only be denied from there. You're going to hear him if he's coming from anywhere else. Put more stock into that one position.
Yeah, it's such a simplistic error. It's cost them massively, but also it begs the question, why is there no defuse kit? It's a full buy.
I mean, look, they went for the eco. You're going to have weaknesses. Diffuse kits are going to be one of those, and that's fine. But you've got to take it into consideration. It's such a brilliant round that turned so catastrophically wrong.
Yeah, and I think when we see that kind of those 2 kills come through and it goes down to that 1 versus 5, I don't think many are expecting the round to ever be possible. That could be the difference maker here for Velox. Just a round like that is going to instill so much confidence. Obviously mess with the money here of Game Hunters, because if they lose this round, it's 9-7, potentially 10-7. It's a tough one. It really is. And I think for Game Hunters, every round that goes against them, there's going to be a thought in the back of their mind saying, we won train. We're on our map pick. How is this going so wrong?
I mean, look, I'm not at that stage yet, because a lot of the rounds that Velox did gain were off of those initial 5 and winning the pistol round as well, but it's the fact that not only do Velox steal away that round, it's the fashion in which they do it in. 3 players go down because of that. 1 kill's found and 2 go down to the bomb. So it's not like Game Hunters could reinvest. They only had 2 players surviving, so they had to go for the eco here.
Look at
alongside these safe weapons.
Yeah, and this round should be over now. 210's in an excellent position. Nox with so much to do. We'll be able to find 2. The 5-7 swinging as well. Could deny the plant. There's such limited time. Oh, he run out of ammo. Johnny Boy. They will lose the round. But if Johnny Boy had a chance, he was giving it with the lack of ammo. Okay, Game Hunter.
To South American CS, Fred, where anything really can happen. This is the beauty of it. That we criticize Game Hunters for the fashion in which they lost the last round, and yet a brilliant defensive hold from Nox takes away so much pressure, the lack of time, the 5-7 so awkward, so desperate to deny the plant, takes down the other player, and somehow it's the pistols that come out on top.
Yeah, but it's all about the contact that Nox and the time that it takes away. It's brilliant. And I love the fact that the second he gets that second kill, you see the swarm of the pistols come through. They make sure that, okay, well, Nox has done everything he can and more. We've now got to be the ones to win this one. I think the problem as well for Velox is there's just such limited time. I think if they're given an extra 10-15 seconds, we're looking at a very different round. Velox, scoreline leveled.
It's a player who snuck through, but has been taken down now from Slashes. He's turned his game around a decent bit himself, actually. You obviously were harping on a little bit about his 0 kills, but yeah, he's fully brought himself back in the swing with his teammates. Velox do get this bomb plant. This would be a huge blunder if this one slipped away.
We have seen a 1v5, Charlie. I think we can never be too sure, can we?
No, not after how this game's gone down.
And I think Velox has kind of missed their mark. They've missed their moment. It's that round. It's the half buy with, you know, 3 pistols, 2 rifles. 210 gets the first rifle in heaven. I think once that round goes away from them, I think now Velox, it's so tough for me to imagine them finding victory now.
Just the pistols of Velox. Not a lot of work is going to be able to be done, I say, as 210 finds one, does a ton of damage. Velo's orb does connect, needs backup, and backups arrive. PRT to clean things up. And it is double digits found from Game Hunters. 3 rounds away from taking this one in a 2-0 fashion. Weapons, of course, back out for the T's. Did Johnny Boy have an AWP there for a second? I think he might have an AWP and solved that for the AK, but yeah, I mean, this is obviously one of the most pivotal rounds that Velox are going to have here in Series 8. Their backs are against the wall. If they aren't successful here, they might not be successful at all. Well, somehow.
Yeah, nice finds, nice openers.
And it's just got to be the save. CTs don't have a choice. Keep these weapons alive, keep your finances going.
I don't mind it. Like, I think there's no need risking this one. Finances aren't perfect for the CTs either.
I mean, massive round for Velox, though. Once again, bring themselves in touching distance of Game Hunter's scoreline, but still are trailing and still are on that unfavored side. Just need to see them. Tactical pause, final one for Game Hunters.
Yeah, Velox, obviously, they're still within this game. They're still in kind of touching distance, but it's rounds like that. How repetitive can you go for kind of a fast A-pop? Because now I think we know Game Hunters are going to be a little bit more kind of in tune to that.
Yeah, with the time ticking down for round number 20, we're going to get to see what it is that Game Hunters in their final attack pause can do with that. Well, we're not done just yet.
Yeah, attack into tech. I'd love to be a believer here for Velox, but I just feel like it's rounds like that that are really difficult to kind of go again for, whether they decide to go fast towards ramp now, or I think Velox have to play with speed. I think when they try and play, when they try and play and get, slow it down, I think that's where they really, really struggle with.
And hear a bit of typing in chat. Could mean that the timer is going down once again, and here we are. Just a few rounds left of this game. All issues seem to be sorted. All tactical pauses used. And Velox pressure still on them. Luckily for them, kept a ton of players alive in the last. So
yeah,
they
that's
are
the
in a
main
spot
focus.
where even if they do lose, Vi can still come out.
Yeah, I think Velox can't be looking to hunt in rounds like this. They've got to make sure that their own finances are perfect. Because all it takes, Game Hunters, if they win a round and Velox can't afford to get a perfect buyout, it could be the type of round that changes the whole game, and then they just lose because of it. I like the idea here, though, from Velox slowly taking control towards Secret. With ABR's positioning, they've got no information. Nox has rotated down kind of in a preliminary manner, but there's just too many players here. This fight between Timber and ABR is going to be huge. It's kind of got to go the way here of ABR. Util's been sent. Velox have taken all of this control now down towards Secret, so we are seeing another rotation, in fact, from PRT. I don't know whether the T's are going to be ready for two players here.
Nox hasn't exactly been quiet, and the flashbang's good enough. Nog's taken down.
Ooh.
PRT only able to find one, almost doubles up on 210. And there's a question again for Game Hunters if they want to give this one a go. They are aware of a player outside. If they take this and they take them down quickly, I think that could be the chance. 3-on-3. But still, seemingly not going for this one. Not interested in actually giving this one even a look in.
Yeah, to be honest, I just think that Game Hunters don't have that much information. They don't really know, and they don't want to risk it, which I'm not too sure what the game plan is, but yeah, maybe.
Oh, ABR searching for some of the T's, but we're in a leveled up game. Obviously, Game Hunters are in a good spot financially. They had a decent bit of money in the bank beforehand. And with, once again, saving more players, they're still going to be able to get out these buys, but it's all well and good that you can get buys out, but we are at a point now where it is these rounds that really matter. Both teams not going to be financially crippled after losing one. So it's going to be a real grind to get these final few for either side. Down towards the lower site is Nuke as he makes his way towards Secret. Lots of bodies outside for Velox. And a missed shot from Mello could have been the chance to get the opening kill. Johnny Boy spotted outside.
Look at Nogs, he's in a great position here. You can find Johnny Boy, not ready for 210 whatsoever, and Timo, great find. Slashes' trade is so important though. Slashes can find another. He had a really slow start to this game. Now he's 11-11. Ooh, Slashes.
Yes, felt like he was in between two minds whether he actually wanted to commit for that fight or not. PRT needs to be a bit careful because 210 right now is trapped. He does have the bomb. He sort of seems in two minds as to where he wants to go. Max has been spotted. U-Tool can be used to allow 210 to cross, but PRT so quick behind. The bomb is going to be dropped.
Oh, that's tough now in only 25 seconds. Has been retrieved now.
Oh, the speed in this. They want to take this fight early, and it's the Tech 9 with the entry again. Mello, fearless with the pistol, with the sidearm in hand, knowing that PRT can get an easy trade, an easy time of things, and Max tries to plant on the back of the bomb site, tries to weigh, but as soon as he doesn't take an instant swing, I think that's the chance of it. Chance of him winning sort of slipping away slightly. The trade should come through 90% of the time, and unless the spacing's off or they line up, there should be no world in which Max wins that. So really well done there from Game Hunters to find their 11th. It's taken them a little bit longer than expected, but finally on the board and denying Velox taking the lead. But like we said before, money is still in a good spot for both sides.
Yeah, obviously for Velox, this kind of is the last investment, or the last full buy, and Mello, great find there onto 210. Opening kill going the way of Game Hunters. And for Velox, this could be the beginning of the end. And that's not just on the map, that's on the entire Swiss stage. A loss here, they go 0-3, and it is all over.
Johnny Boy spotted nothing with the AWP outside. Posted top red, hoping someone would give up an angle, give up a chance, but Game Hunters, they've got their kill. Now time to play the numbers.
Yeah, they've got fair bit of utility as well. Smoke, Molotov, plenty of flashes. This is where Velox have to take so much time. What a find there. Nolk sent in by Slashers. They've got a lurk here of Timo, but there's so many players in lobby now. Timing for Timo will be everything. PRT's in a good position as well. ABI's going to be flanking him. Oh, this is devastating. They find the pick. It's a 5 versus 2 now. To be honest, I think the best chance and the best decision, Max and Johnny Boy should probably just save. The money's going to be so poor in the last as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the loss bonus is looking like now for Velox.
Because you've got to assume it's not great.
It wasn't great for them initially. But they won a couple of rounds in a row. Forced Game Hunters into a bit of a difficult spot. Maybe about 2.4, so yeah, still not great, but Johnny Boy wants to keep this AWP alive. Game Hunters, they've got the money to deny if they want.
Counter-terrorists win.
Or even if they can find.
I think the real question is why it seems like Max is still searching for that round. It's just a 2K.
Yeah,
it's so tough. And this is where we have to put into question, Max had an AK at full utility. It's kind of the perfect chance to save. A lot of the time you see kind of players saving, you say, well, they might not have any util in the next, but Max had it all. Gives it all up, and now look at the difficulty they've got. Only 5 pieces of util, a Tech 9, a Deagle, 2 Galils, and that's saved up. Against a perfect investment here from Game Hunters. Velox utilising this final tactical pause here. Their season depends on their next 2 rounds. But it might just be the one. It could be all over here and now.
Yeah, I mean, it is now or never. Last chance saloon. It's not a huge comeback needed from Velox to make this one possible, but it is still 2 rounds. And when you've got 2 pistols, 2 Galils, but thankfully that saved up from Johnny Boy, it's not a convincing affair to try to fight this one with. This is the best chance Game Hunters are going to have. Will they capitalise on it?
Yeah, that's the question, right? That is the question on everyone's mind.
Timo seemingly wants to go searching with this Deagle, just slightly clearing out the initial portions of Hut as he's tasked to defend all of lobby by his lonesome right now.
Yeah, very tough, but I think sometimes you've got to take that type of risk. You've got to leave the premium weapons together to have a bit more impact and let the weaker ones be on the extremities, because obviously what we saw from Timo in the last, he got flanked, he got found, and didn't have that much impact.
It is some great timing. Silently, Velox have gone down secret.
I think the problem that they've got is when it comes to a retake, Game Hunters far favoured in the weaponry and the utility department. Now we have it. Noise has been made. DRT's in a nice position, but Timo, great find there with the Deagle. Man advantage here for Velox. Surely not a save. Surely not. They've got enough money to buy in the next. Why are they saving? There is no downside to going for this round. They have enough money to buy in the last round. What are we watching? What is going on?
What's going on with that Molly?
I don't know why Game Hunters haven't given this round a go. They can buy in the next.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is sort of not giving any money to Velox, not giving them any weapons.
Surely, no. They could bring this down to a 1 versus 1. They could lose 4 players, 5 players, and it'd still be worthwhile giving it a go. The money for Velox is pretty poor. Obviously, they'd be able to drop weapons over, but I'm so disappointed. And if it goes to overtime, because of the fact Velox have a good buy and Game Hunters don't go for that retake, I can't think of a single reason why they've not opted to go for that one.
Yeah, they're going to be hoping it doesn't do that, though. But the biggest issue in that round certainly was the lack of control they had towards outside. No one even watching for the cross. It would have been all too easy for Mello to be posted up there. There was no smokes. They just crossed silently. And in doing so, it allowed so many players to be down towards the lower site. So many players to find themselves in a great position. But Mello's awareness is just 1 step ahead of Johnny Boy.
Yeah, brilliant from Mello, that. A great opener. This is where the CTs need to be cautious. Make sure they don't give up the next kill. Don't allow it to go to this 4-on-4.
Oh, Mello, he wants this one to be All said and done now. He's holding aggressively towards Hut.
I think it can work out so well. I don't think anyone would really be kind of so aware that there's an AWP posted up. Minute on the clock now. Velox. 5 players to find. They've got a fair bit of util to do it. 210 on the extremity here. He's lurking with an AWP. Max, he's gone towards ramp. He's completely alone here. What was the idea? A fake towards A and a hit towards ramp? Well, with Max going down, it's a 3-on-5 now. They've got 35 seconds. This is going to be so tough. There's 2 players making their way onto the A bomb site. They've still got this lurk from 210. The best goal has got to be heading down the vent. They will make their way now there. 26 seconds. ABR is towards lower, so is PRT. This is going to be impossible for the T's. That's the bomb falling. ABR's position is excellent. He can take down the orb of 210. 16 seconds now. NBL will get his first. A 1 versus 4 required. Flashbang coming through. NBL needs these kills, but the low HP taken down, and Game Hunters, they will continue for survival here in the Swiss stage. Yet for Velox, elimination.
Yeah, not dead yet. Still alive. 1-2 is the record as things stand. And I mean, look, you look at the scoreline alone. Don't get me wrong, Game Hunters, they probably had the better game plan on Nuke slightly. But Velox, they didn't give up despite going down after leading 5-7, going down 7-5. They kept battling back. And it does feel like on a different day, this could have very easily gone to 3 maps. It could have even been on a different day, a 2-0 for Velox. It feels like these 2 teams were very evenly matched, but Game Hunters, they just had the players to dig them out of these rough spots when they needed it most. And it's a big win for Game Hunters, but obviously it is going to be that 0-3 and elimination for Velox. I think both these teams are in a pretty tough spot right now. Hopefully, though, this is going to be the game that can spur on Game Hunters slightly to progress and see what more this roster can achieve.
Yeah, most definitely. And obviously now they've been given this chance. Now they've got this opportunity. They need to make sure that they don't have kind of big mistakes. And I look at that penultimate round where it's a 4 versus 5. Yes, they've lost a player, but they've got finances to buy. I'll be honest, Charlie, I think if that game went to overtime, I would be continually bringing this up in every single Game Hunters game that I see for the next month or so, because I really don't understand that decision. Obviously, it's not come back to bite them. They have still won Nuke, but it's little things like that where rounds like that can cost you, and it's ones where you look back in the demo and it's a real kind of head scratcher as, look, why did we go for that? But even still, Game Hunters, they can continue. They obviously are 1-2 now, and you can see some of the other teams that are kind of in that similar spot. Charlie, a bit of an awkward one now. We've had 2 FFs today. Obviously, our first game was a forfeit, being the Nitro and Bounty Hunters Fee game. Players have had to forfeit as well against Praso, which is really, really tough. Obviously, I think they weren't able to field a roster for today. I'm not too sure as to why. Potentially some technical issues. Who knows? But that means for players, they are kind of now 1-2. Obviously, having to kind of give up that forfeit loss. That was a 1-1 game. We do still have 1 more match remaining for this evening. It is very late, though. It's in about 4 hours' time. It will be commentated by DIO and Toon. So if you guys have got your alarms set for 4 hours' time, and you'll be able to watch Shinden against 2070. But look, that's been it from us. We'll catch you back on the stream in about 4 hours for that next match.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you. Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Back at it again with a new matchup for everybody here in the Champion of Champions Tour in South America. We had a forfeit earlier. The players were not able to play their match against Brazo Clan, meaning that they have now reached the lower echelon, but we're currently going to see a very different match. It's one in the middle echelon. It's 2070 versus Shinden. We saw Shinden yesterday as well. Let's see how they're gonna do tonight. I'm Toon, and I welcome everybody tonight to the stream. How you doing, guys? And how you doing, Dio, the partner in crime today?
Yeah, thank you very much, Toon. I'm gonna be very real with you. I'm very excited, not only because these two teams, we've seen them duke it out time and time again here within the series, not specifically against each other, but they actually have a very big and huge reason to be able to at least try a lot more than what we've previously seen, and that is because whoever loses this match will be out of the CCT series South America number 8, and they will not come back anytime soon, right? You said it yourself today. We unfortunately had a pair of forfeits, right? We actually saw players unable to muster up a full roster, and Nitro unable to get to their matches today. So the matches that we're going to have for today, well, at least that we were going to have for today, will just basically Game Hunters against Velox. Velox already out of the tournament as well. And the last one is going to be Shinden against 2070, which I'm not going to lie is going to be quite exciting because we've seen so much of these, specifically of Shinden, that, you know, they've gone in within the 1-to-1 ratio rather. And now we're going to see who's one step closer to elimination and whoever's one step closer towards that progress that they so much want.
Indeed, these guys are still all competing for that so coveted playoff spot, but it's going to take a little bit longer because they did lose a match prior, meaning that now they need to reach those 3. And of course, taking a victory here would put them ever so closer to that same qualification. So how about we take a look at the rosters? Because like I said, we saw one of these teams yesterday. It's Shinden once more, and they're going to be playing against these guys, 2070. Don't be fooled by the full number. It's 2070. They have a slash on their name in Wikipedia. But we've got Shinden composed of Nacho, Roy, Abiz, IVZ, and BK1. And from what I recall, Dio, Nacho in particular was definitely coming in clutch for the team yesterday. IVZ, the Opper, could also come in clutch many times, but it kind of took a little bit of time to get going. You know, they really waited to find their mojo. But once they had it, they were looking like top talent.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody had their moment to shine, right? Everybody within the roster. And I'm quite excited to see how they're going to manage it against, once again, another Brazilian squad, right, within the hands of 2070. Let's go ahead and go over there. Because, I mean, regarding the experience, you know that Shinden has that on lock, right? As for the 2070 roster, we have Roz, which is the veteran right here within the squad. We got Reddy, who is going to be playing instead, it's going to be Lalcinho, the one who's playing instead of Mid 1. We got JLK as well. No, what instead of that is actually being changed up right here by Swarmies. So I'm just looking at the roster right on HLTV, and I'm looking and like, okay, I'm getting the switcheroo right here. So it's Lalcinho and Swarmies playing instead of Mid 1 and JLK, and we got Reddy and Angelo here. So seems like we're gonna have that core roster right here of Roz, Lalcinho, and Swarmies, in which Reddy and Angelo are, of course, the ones who actually came up a little bit further from it. But I was talking about experience, and the fact that Lalcinho and Swarmies have come back here towards this 2070 roster, man, is looking absolutely great, and that spells great stuff, which is why, of course, they're within that 1-to-1 ratio, right? You know, that 1-to-1 uncomfortable spot where, yeah, you won once, but you've actually taken a loss as well, and the possibility of that tiebreaker not going within your favor, I don't know how a lot of players can actually take that anxiety.
For sure, a spot in which you feel the discomfort and the menace of elimination if you don't play your cards right, but you do need to play the cards you're dealt, and so far, at least they did take a map out of Tropa do Vestiani, so they do have that result to their name alongside the victory against Velox. Now let's take a look at the places we are headed to, the map vetoes. Where are we going to be playing tonight? We were talking about this before the match started. It appears like we have caught ourselves in a bit of a loop, as the maps themselves do not show that much variety. Inferno will be the first one banned once again. It's been a while since I saw last Inferno last time here in the CCT. So yeah, it's definitely become a favorite to, just get rid of at the very beginning. Followed by Terrain. Terrain will be the next one banned. We will not be seeing that either. It's still, a bit of a gamble whether you're going to do well or not in it. Now, this is what I mean by a loop. We're back to Ancient and Nuke. One of them picked by 2070, the other picked by Shinden, and we're going to see Shinden start CT on Ancient, 2070 start CT on Nuke. Dust 2 is gone, however, so that is a bit of variety, as Anubis is as well gone. Mirage will be the decider if we get to a third map.
In that case, right? And it seems like Shinden really, really likes Nuke, Tune. How many times have we seen this map chosen by them throughout these last couple of matches? I think it's one of their most played maps. But the thing is, they've had so many curses in which they've been unable to close out at least a singular one right there. So within the last 3 times that they've played on this map, 3 times they've gone to overtime, and they have won at least once within this against Yawara within the previous series, right? So let's hope that things change for Shinden at this point, and if it will be 2070 the team that actually takes them down towards the lower echelon, or if they will come out on top. Because once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're within this very uncomfortable spot of being 1-1. You've already taken a loss, you've already taken a victory, and the one right here, this tiebreaker, can decide whether your momentum goes straight up through the roof into your next match and gain that legendary game number 4, right? That match number 4 that it's very, very well known, that can really, really bring the tide towards your favor. Or will you fall towards that, yes, same game number 4, but now with the weight against you? So, Tune, I'm very excited to see how this is going to work out. I was definitely not expecting to see the change within the roster for Laltinho and Swarmy to come back, given that I was mentioning, experience is going to be within the side of Shinden overall, because they have a long time within that squad. At least that core of 4 has been together for a good amount of time. But now bringing Laltinho and Swarmies into the mix, that is definitely going to be a game changer, to say the least.
Game changer for sure, man. It's not just that, it's also the synergy that you can find with your core teammates and how that's going to shift around this time. We have seen switch-ins come in time and time again, and honestly, very few of them find the success that you would expect. But still, we're about to find out how good it's going to go for them, because the game is now live, and we're going to be headed right into the action, everybody! It's time for the Argentinians versus the Brazilians. Boa noite, galera, vamos que vamos! Hoje vamos assistir bom Counter-Strike! And so, the match begins with just the last few seconds before getting started. Like we said, Shinden is going to have a CT for starters here on Ancient, and again, they have the experience from yesterday, right? How are they going to adapt to it? Because Ancient, for what it's worth, it was a very complicated one for them yesterday against the Swingers.
Yeah, and I thought for a second, too, and I just wanted, before I explode from not saying it, I thought for a second you were going to start, bom dia, galera, vamos que vamos, a buken, Horyuken.
I was going to, but it's nighttime. Então boa noite, galera.
Boa noite, muy bien. Right, yeah, but I mean, we were speaking about the fact that Shinden, they played this map yesterday. It was against Swingers. Once again, Swingers, we need a pineapple within your logo. But it didn't really spell out a good omen for them, right? Because they were unable to continue with that game in their hands. And not only that, but they actually took a heavy L. It was 13-6, the one that we saw. So it can be a bit complicated. What the thing is, 2070 is definitely taking their time, feeling out the playstyle right here. Are we going to see a setup coming in from Roz? He is the one with the flash. Oh my goodness gracious. BK1 barely able to come out alive right there. Just the fact that he was very far away, helped him out at least slightly. And it seems like the approach is going to come up very, very fast. And a speedy process right there. Not able to get the kill on Alcino towards the other side. Swarmies gets a double. Does he get a triple? Yes, he does. And the final player left alive is going to be Abyss, taken down by Reddy. Roz gets the bomb plant, and this is the first round right here for 2070. This was a very well executed round, patient one to say the least, Tune, in which 2070 really, really took their time, wanted to get that opening, and it wasn't even a kill that they needed, because because you actually saw the headshot that they got against BK1, and that was enough to break the formation and simply take them aback. And that moment of hesitation that they had right there was enough for 2070 to simply burst in FBI style into the site and just take care of everybody, leaving no victims.
Yep, the site belonged to them. And now it appears that we are going to have a bit of a massacre going, or at least a couple of kills going from Zormies. Now careful there, you did leave an AK-47 behind, so you want to fetch it ASAP. Even more so now that Nacho is into play, and he kind of has some intel as to where they are, but unfortunately the AKs are still in it to win it. Even if they lost one, Ross had the other. Good on Vinci 70, by the way. That's how you pronounce it. Vinci 70.
Vinci 70.
So yeah, it's a pretty easy one. 70 is the same as in Spanish.
huevo.
20 is Vinci.
Vinci, like Leonardo da Vinci.
It's written 20.
Vinci.
But it's pronounced
But it's
Vinci.
pronounced Vinci.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Whenever you see a word end in D-E-T-E, or even D-I-T-I, that's G.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Portuguese class is here with Toon, ladies and gentlemen. In case you guys do not know much about it, you know, he knows a lot of Portuguese here.
Doing my best. But you know who's doing their best? Vinci 70 with that 2 record. Of course, they're now playing against an AK-47 and, sorry, not the AK, the AWP. And that will be a much more dangerous spot to be in, especially with these M4E4s coming in too. BK1 finds his first kill of the round as well. Make that 2, and that's going to put Shinden in a fantastic position as they have located the bomb as well. And they are not just in control of that, they've also got 4 of the remaining players alive. So, with the AWP still in play, I think we might see them fall real soon, especially if they try to approach from the ramp. I mean, they must know where the bomb was dropped, right? So they know that it's going to be heavily covered. But it won't be easy no matter the routes they decide to take. It's a 2v4, and even though BK1 is super lit, I don't think they're going to find him anytime soon. He is the first line of defense towards the bomb, and as you can see, nobody is headed towards excavation. If we've got somebody in the ramp, and the other going on a prowl all the way towards A side, I'm not thinking that he's going to go for a flank. Instead, he's just going to save himself for a little bit as his partner falls.
Yeah, and I mean, most of the times you want to make sure that you can at least try to go in for a little bit of a cheeky kill, things like that. But whenever you're not prepared, like we just saw today, you know, it can be quite difficult. Angelo was on the other side of the map, right? So it doesn't really want anything to do with that smoke. And even though he is unaware that IVZ has that AWP, because that information hasn't been rallied quite yet, you still got to take your time here. Because regardless of what happened there, we saw that one reckless approach, one small mistake that was made within the approach right there, didn't really help them out much. And of course, yes, that is going to come in as a tactical plus from 2070. And I think it's the fact that the flash didn't really work out as well as they wanted it to, right? In order for the coverage to be complete within the site, you need to have that flash, you know, a little bit closer towards a area of overall site right there, because this is what I was talking about. Like, we saw that the line of defense was very well placed, and it was actually Roy, the person who was able to get a kill before he was taken out, and he took out a very crucial component, which is Lealcinho, who has not been performing the best over here. Angelo on the other side, I mean, yeah, he hasn't gotten a kill, but he hasn't died much either to him, so... You know, two sides of the same coin, in which 2070 is struggling a little bit, but that defense right there by Shinden was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I do gotta love how Shinden established their line of defense. And of course, the upper is in. He didn't actually shoot a single bullet, I believe, so there's always that menace in the backside. I'm not sure how well communicated that flash was, or even that util throw, because of the damage that he just took, but it's still going to be a successful push forward. Now an incendiary to make sure that BK1 backs down, and I'm not sure if they heard him move, but this might become an issue. Do you remember yesterday how the util was such a headache, and how so many people brought util out in the worst possible time? Well, I'm hoping that yesterday served as a bit of a lesson for many of the teams, because Shinden was doing okay, but they had their mistakes too. And this should be where you actually come out to play with the learnings of yesterday. And now, unfortunately for 2070, that push is not going to favor them at all, as 3 of them fall. And you've got 1 AK and a single Tech 9 to play with. Make that just a Tech 9, as Reggie is the last player standing. and he's facing off against an AWP and an AK as well. So yeah, a pretty nightmarish situation, but Shinden, immediately after losing those first two, they are coming out to play. And last round was a victory through a timeout too, so they're exploring their win conditions. They know that they can drain the clock as well. But I love the timing especially. Like, Shinden had a lot of trouble yesterday timing-wise. And yeah, that's already a bit of a learning curve that they're facing off against, but they're doing fine so far. I would actually say that 2070 is the one struggling with the util use and everything. So,
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
no biggie. It's the very beginning of the map, no biggie. You've got time to work on that.
Yeah, but do you have a lot of time? That is the question, because I mean, whenever you're making these decisions, I want to say like squandering or anything like that, but I mean, you're trying to jump in through a smoke that is completely well defended, utterly well defended right there, and you're barely making it out alive on a whim. Well, as I mean, Roy and BK1 essentially took care of you super fast. Yes, it is an eco round, but I think that we've seen time and time again that these eco rounds can really go within your favor here in especially within South America, right? How many times have we not seen an eco round go within the favor of whoever we thought that maybe because they were going in with the aggressive part? You know, just sometimes trying to go in with just at least a flash sometimes can really help you out right there. And while yes, you are going to go full eco, just one piece of utility can really be a disruptive effort for the squad overall, right? So I think that 2070, while they do have the correct approach overall, it's not really helping them out too much right here. We're going to jump in. Ooh, okay, all right. Swami's going in with the spray right there on Abyss, and Lazinho through the smoke gets a kill on Nacho. So this is looking like a tied game. At least that's what I would like to say, too. But like, look at this. Lazinho and Swarmies were hit heavily throughout the exchange right there, and a singular bullet might be enough to be able to take them down. While as on the other side, we actually have Reddy on the approach right here, maybe trying to catch BK1 in a bit of a weird angle. Yes, he's able to find it right there. Catches him ill-positioned, and that is going to give at least a little bit of a leeway right here for Shinden to get the kill on Reddy. But I mean, the site has already been secured essentially right here, and Angela is able to catch IVC off guard. Gonna get the bomb plant, and that is going to be the round right here for 2070, because if you're smart and you're Roy, you don't approach, you run away.
But what if I am just smart and not Roy?
Do you have common sense?
Sometimes.
How often?
Like 70% of the time.
Then it's not that common, is it?
I mean, it could be worse.
True. It could be uncommon sense, right? Like,
So,
but
you're,
if
so basically,
you're
I'm
more than
dead.
smart, yeah. No. I mean, if you know that you should run away with your AK-47, I think that's more than enough, you know? I mean, you already got your AK-47. You got the AWP that you were able to get off of IVZ as well. And your team knows that they're kind of using within your side. I mean, it's a no-brainer, you know?
Yeah, I get it. But still good on Roy for keeping the AK. Thankfully for his team, though, the money is not looking that awful. They're able to get IVZ a second AWP and everything, so we're back to an even footing. And tonight we're going to see a T-Side and Ancient play the AWP as well. In the second match yesterday, there was a round in which there was a double AWP actually from the T-Sides, but on the contrary, in the first matchup, T-Sides refused to even grab the AWP when they saw their opponents drop it. So, it's going to be an interesting outcome here, as we do see both teams, and actually both uppers, really close to each other, immediately trying to take care of the ramp. And look at that, BK1 is seeing the bullets fly right next to him, has to back down. But of course, there's no intel just yet from 2070. Shinden has technically stayed put in their own areas, still holding on while 2070 drains through their util. And Shinden can take their sweet time. They are in no rush to go out and catch them. They know that they can just wait for Vinci's Stenta. And there's one guy from 2070 actually, all the way back at A side, ready to enter, if possible, and maybe distract some people, because you've got all the pieces stacked up towards a B push, and there you have it, that's the first player down!
Yep, and not only that, but you also have the exchange towards the other side. They see the shoulder right there of Angelo. Now it's going to change things up. It's one of the HE hits harsh home. And not only that, but the HE, the combination of the flash and the smoke to push them back. And this is enough time that was needed right there. Nacho actually able to get the kill on Swarmies, who was positioned perfectly for the flank. What great game sense right there by Nacho. You know, the fact that he was able, the team was able to, like, hey, I hear 2 over here. Where's the 5th guy, right? We've already taken down 2 of them. Where's the 5th guy? He's like, maybe he's lurking, and he was very ready to swing in case he saw him, which actually caught Swarmies off guard. And that is going to be one more round right here for Shinden, because if you're 2070, you no longer have the time, nor the essence, nor anything to really try to make your way towards the site, get the bomb plants. So without further ado, Shinden once again claiming an advantage.
On a second timeout round as well. So, they are forcing 2070 to drain through their util, to not move at all. And yeah, it's once again the util that's been a bit of a nightmare for 2070. Not because of the timing this time, though. I'm more so concerned about the goal of the util. Because we saw a few mollies fly into the very tip of the ramp, right? That gave you no intel. Eventually, when you stopped throwing those mollies, IVZ was already gone either way. So he just went back, takes care of excavation, finds the first kill. So all that util being thrown led to nothing. There was not really a ton of room being opened up for 2070 either. So it's not the util's fault that they lost this round, but it is part of the reason why. And it's just not getting the greatest effects from those same util throws. But now they're back in it, and at least they did keep 2 players around, one of them being the upper user. So AWP is still in play, some util still being thrown out, and this time I like it a little bit better. Look at that, they're outrunning the util as well, and Angelo might have taken some damage, but you know what, he does get some intel of this tight corner of excavation. He finds nobody, meaning that they can go back and try and push for ramp once more.
And if they do try to push for that ramp, I mean, it is going to be a bit of a complex situation right here, because KG doesn't really see anybody, but right there through the smoke, able to get the headshot. BK1 has been performing phenomenally as of late. You see Roy get the kill on Swarmies, and even though it cost him a little bit, it did gain him an AK-47 for BK1, who exchanges it. And now the one-taps are within store, and that is a little bit of a problem that you have whenever you're on the CT side, right? That if the T's buy helmets and full armor overall, headshots won't take care of them with the M4A1S. So that being said, now that these AK-47s are in play, essentially making them waste at least a little bit more of the information that is quite possible right there. Oh, Angelo missing that shot, not able to get the kill. Unfortunate as it may be, he gets the elbow shot right there on IVZ, barely able to catch a glimpse of him. And now towards the other side of the site. What a setup right there from Nelsinho. And Angelo able to get the kill on Nacho as well. They have single-handedly tore through the defenses right here for Shinden. Where is the bomb plant? Nelsinho's on it. And it's a 3v2 situation that the CT side may not really want to go for unless we actually see BK1 score at least, at minimum, he has to score a double kill.
And Roy is on the prowl to maybe catch somebody, but he knows that he is about to come into view for at least one person hiding behind that box. But here comes BK1, and there's the first that you were talking about. That's 1 kill already. He's going to get some leeway for Roy. They see the util being thrown out as well. Flash to feed into it. They play anti, and Lazenia survives, and that's going to... Oh my goodness, he actually wins the fight against BK1! He doesn't win it against Roy, but the timer has run its course, and this explosion is going to take care of Roy. And oh my god, also Angelo. Goodness gracious, well, at least they were able to catch the upper within the recoil damage of that explosion too, meaning that we're back to even just like that, Dio. I kind of feel like Shinden has been playing much better than what the score currently tells us, but still, it hasn't been that long of a winning streak either. 2070 is usually able to stop them on their tracks, and this is one example of that. However, they did take a heavy beating as everybody bit the dust in this round.
Yeah, every single one of the 10 players right here. So it's just overall a bad economical score, but more it would turn for the worse, right, for Shinden, because you know how expensive CT can be at times. But I do want to bring to attention that I think that could have gone a little bit better if BK1 had waited a little bit, right? Because we saw him unfortunately go down within the hands of Lealcino, and that's why Roy was unable to capitalize off of it, right? So I mean, if it had been a score of a double kill or something like that, it would have been a completely different story. We're gonna see the flash up. Now he's back against the corner. He's gonna get burned right there. No, he's not. What? He's gonna be able to get a kill before anything happens. Roy is also stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that's before Angelo takes him down. Another smoke to refresh it. IVZ trying to make his way through. We saw the bullets fly by, but Lealcino was able to get the bomb plant, and now the clock is ticking to in which the CT side is struggling a lot within this, and this is looking like a repeat of the previous half that we saw, and the previous map rather. Shinden was also within Ancient, and they were unable to close and capitalize things out. But wait a minute. Okay, Abyss and IVZ. Oh my god, tried to go in with the running gun. Is it going to work? No. He's very, very well positioned right there. Able to get the kill right there through the wall. Is that going to be enough? I don't know if the time is going to allow it. If it does, Abyss is on the brink of it.
Ooh, goodness gracious!
No mames. No mames.
Porra do caralho, irmão!
Ay, cabrón, güey. What the hell of a buzzer beater was that?
It's clutch, that's what I'm telling you, man. It's
yeah.
just absolutely clutch, and Shinden celebrates it. Celebra lo hincha de Shinden! Because they just got that solid round victory thanks to Abyss. And look at that, with 8 HP, also close to dying. And yeah, you need a tactical boss after that, man. Your hands must be shaking.
Definitely, man. What a that was one hell of a round right there, because that was literally a buzzer beater. Did you notice that, like, his last bullet was the one that hit him in the knee?
Yep.
That's why he was the one to go down right there. What a great shot.
Then I took a bullet to the knee.
Literally a bullet to the knee, and that lost you a round, bro. That was insane. Shinden playing absolutely great right there. He knew that he had to run the risk through the wall bang, and it actually works out. And that's going to give them at least a little bit more of a leeway, because 2070 once again within the eco. Ooh, that HE doesn't quite hit anybody just yet. Are we going to see the bullets? Are we going to see the attempt of a wall bank? Oh. Really going to happen? Or rather a spray, I'm sorry. Or rather a spray through the smoke. Trying to trace the bullets right there. And speak of tracing, my man, you're looking like a squibble line right there with how irregular that shot is. However, we see him towards the other side. IVC isn't able to save Roy, but at least he's able to get the kill right there. A 2v2 situation, whereas the firepower isn't really within the favor of 2070. And Shinden could be looking to at least secure a tie right here. Yes, they're claiming that 6th round in their name, and that is essentially its tune of a fast-paced round, but a very well-won result right here for Shinden.
And one that's going to hurt 2070 in the pockets. They, actually, for the most part, nobody has even 2070 in their pocket. Look at that. They are mostly below that very mark of their name. All of them now that Zormi's got his purchases in as well. So, it is going to be a complicated one for 2070, but very likely be a lead secure for Shinden, as they only need to worry about the headshots coming through from Swarmy's Deagle, because nobody else has a Deagle, actually, I believe. Yeah, if I'm reading those shadows correctly, those silhouettes, that's no Deagle anymore. But I do like the positioning, and they're looking forward to getting that nearby kill. And that's the first one, though, from quite a bit of a distance. It's Nacho taking care of Swarmies himself. And of course, the intel is in for at least a couple more team members from 2070 who are going to try to put some pressure onto him in Sniper. And there you have it. It's going to be Nacho taken down. They could swiftly pick up that M4 of his. You need the rapid fire. You need to get something better. And Angelo is still going to bank it all on his... Whoa! On his pistol! Goodness gracious, what a long spray that was!
Long? Yeah, definitely one of the, not the word that I would choose to, not gonna lie, but hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I love to trash on the FAMAS, okay? But this one's just something else.
Oh man, what can you do right here? Especially since the wielder of the FAMAS has now been brought unfortunate. Abyss able to get the kill on Lalcinho.
Oh,
and that
no.
AK-47 is definitely going to do its work. Yep. And even if you have that molly right there, no need for anything. We're going to see Abyss with the kit get the defusal. And this is the advantage that Shinden needs here. Not only within this round, but within the half, because they've now secured that 7th point, making sure that the best result right now that 2070 can get is a 7-5.
A lead is a lead, even if it's not the longest one, or if it's just by 2 rounds, but still, you want to get to that side switch with the best position in it. 2070 is at least in an okay position money-wise, but there's no AWP in sight for Angelo. He is going to have to play the AK-47 this last round. The money is still good to get you the best rifle available, but no scope on it. No scope on it. Now, of course, we do need to see that rapid fire come into play. BK1. Oh, right next to Roz! Wazowski did not deliver his paperwork last night. Oh, goodness gracious, but guess what? Nobody did! That's going to be an immediate kill in return. And of course, they probably get some intel as to where the push is headed. I'm not sure if they heard those steps of Reggie going into the side B, but there you have it. IBZ is taken down. Only problem for Reggie is that he does not have the bomb with him, so he needs to wait for his teammate to rendezvous. And Angelo does not bite the dust. I thought that Abyss was going to catch him. He probably had a read on him, but still, he is alive and kicking. And now Roy on his final, he is the final bastion of hope. He's gonna go on the long rotation to try and get a flank. Now he is the one attempting to enter from Ram, and guess what? They're not looking out into Ram. They actually have the read of him approaching from excavation or the back alleys.
Let's see if that works, because, I mean, he's not approaching from either of those areas, right? He's actually approaching from T-Ramp, trying to make his way up inside. Will it work, though? Not an area that they actually have to worry much about. Oh, he sees him, but the thing is, you needed to get that information rather than that, because now the uncomfortable angle, the player within the uncomfortable angle is going to try to play a little bit of a game of hide and seek right here, and you're not going to have enough bullets to be able to make it happen. Angelo throws everything towards the wayside and says, you know what, I'm going to go down in a blaze of glory because I got the best worst case scenario save right here for my team. Going 7-5 within the halftime, man, isn't really that bad, especially if you're Shinden, because first and foremost, you're the one with the advantage. I love that one. That one's amazing. But especially because you're within the advantage, but you're also going to start attacking. And while as Ancient, you know, it can be debated whether if it's good on defense, it's good on offense. You know, not a lot of it's one of the maps that I would say is truly even-ish, right? It's more so about the utility usage and how you apply it, and how creative you can get with it too. But more so what I want to see here is I want to see a 2070 that adopts very similar strategies regarding the patience that Shinden had, and how Shinden is going to try to face off against something that could be considered a mirror of them, you know? And I just want to say right there, Toon, that we actually got Darbe saying that within the chat that the FAMAS is goated. So I don't know what you want to say.
No, se me cayó un grande. I can't believe it.
I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe the goat said that. But oh well, it is what it is. You can't win them all. Goat had to have some bad opinion.
Damn, fight back, Darbe, fight back, man. Well, we do have a little bit of a tech pause, you know, early on tech pause, and we definitely know why this is happening. Nature calls, but I'm really excited to see this, because this is a great demonstration and nothing similar towards what we saw within the previous instance on Shinden played this map against Swingers, right? We actually have a Shinden within the advantage, and that already has more rounds that they had previously. But not only that, but a 2070 that is struggling a little bit right here. Will the dual Berettas make a difference is the question, Tim.
Well, for what it's worth, 2070 won the last pistol round, and they did not have access to it. So this time they have the better loadout in that sense, and it should bring them some good results. But here we go. It's all about the positioning, and I think that Shinden has a bit of a read on them. Look at that. They're actually all moving like a unit. Very solid decision-making here from Shinden at first. But do they expect the flank? Do they expect somebody approaching from behind? There you have it. It's Armies. Oh, man. Immediately taken down, though. Swarmies did not survive for long enough for that to make an effect, and now Xenia is going to bite the dust as well. The dual Berettas did nothing in this round, and Angelo is the last player standing. He is going to be approaching slowly, finds IVZ, and of course the intel has been relayed. Unfortunately though, I'm not so sure if Angelo is going to find anybody else. He picks up the dualies. See if that brings any success to him. Oh no, it won't. It's just the USPs taking care of business. So Shinden win it on the pistol on the side switch, and this pistol round is usually a lot more important than the first one. This is what gives you an extra push to start out in the latter half of the map. So if they're able to get these 2 consecutive victories, that would put them real close to the double digits, and of course ever so closer to victory itself. And I don't know, man, I just like to get the pistol round victory on the side switch because that's a huge momentum swing too. I mean, 2070 got the last victory before that side switch, and it didn't last long.
Yeah, definitely. And I do have to agree with this. Something that we've seen a lot within South American teams is that within the second round, they generally tend to force. And that didn't happen right here coming in from 2070, right? So they're actually going to opt to wait for the next round because they know that's when the best momentum swing stop that they can get, right? Early on, at least, within the second round. But when you still got to make sure that everything is going your way, and with a limited buy, they could definitely make something happen right here. With the triple lineup. Oh, papa! No, hombre! 3 of them all lined up, and then BK1 low on ammo, but of course he's able to make it. No, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Give it to him. Give it to him, bro. Give it to him. No, Nacho, ¿cómo eres cabrón, güey? ¿Cómo eres cabrón? ¿Cómo le quitas el ace a tu compa? No, hombre. Pa' amigos. Ah, ¿qué es esto? What a great round right there by Shinden. But I mean, you gotta give your friend the ace, bro. Come on, he already took care of 80% of the squad, and he knew it was coming from there. Anyways, Shinden with that 9-5 score right here, in which 2070 has not been able to catch themselves at least a little bit of foot and placing their foot down, man.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta do it, man. It's about sending a message. What's interesting about the way that Shinden won here,
Blind peek?
with the stolen ace and everything, is that, yeah, it's all about the communication within the team, and BK1 is the first one to bite the dust. He does communicate the presence of some players within the donut, but I am not sure if that's going to lead to them checking the donut first. No, they actually do. Unfortunately, though, it's just a bit of a trade, but they end up winning it, and that leaves only Reggie behind. It's going to be a very difficult comeback, but he does have a path to it because Roy is super lit at 12 HP only. Yep, there you have it. He did not have a ton of HP remaining, was not going to tank that much damage anymore. 2v1 now, and Reggie has a decision to take, and yep, he decided not to fight for it. They're going to let Shinden get to the double digits as the timer is running its course, and Reggie could find a couple of exits still, but I don't think that Shinden is going to let him do that. This will be the round victory for Shinden on the bomb explosion, and they are going to take this path, so careful there. Reggie is ready to take care of Nacho. He sees him moving, and now it's all a matter of IVZ deciding whether he's going to tank the explosion or actually go out of it, and he does find the kill on Reggie as well! But it's still a bomb explosion as the win condition, so Shinden are going to get a nice little bonus after all that, plus the kill that IVZ just got. They're looking fine on the money front, and this means, yep, AWP is in business.
Finally within business right here, and that is going to be IVZ. That, once again, I mean, he hasn't been having too much of an impact, right? Now, I say too much of an impact because he has been making very, very crucial kills as well. But we generally see the op role being a more decisive one, right? And I think that's not because of a lack of trying, but rather a very good avoidance coming in from 2070, you know? It's definitely not something that you really, really like to see often, but if you're the opper, of course, right? But naturally, you got to make sure that everything works out for you. But simply taking your time right here, that is going to be Shinden with the loadout. Okay, not able to get the kill right here, not quite yet. No que otra, only one. Slowly approach with the smoke. I mean, how long can you slow it down for, Toon? Because, I mean, Right now, Shinden is looking like Thanos with the inevitability. ¿Tú no estás vivo?
Don't worry, I was looking, and I'm looking at Shinden taking care of business on A side, but do they look back? It's Leazinho here on the prowl! He did some damage, but unfortunately not enough to carry his own team to full victory. And Shinden reaches the 11 counts, meaning one more and they secure overtime. We could still have a victory before the 20-round mark too, so yeah, the Argentinians here are definitely on the cusp of something big. And remember, this is 2070's own map selection too. This is where they wanted to play, and Shinden took a big loss yesterday here, but it seems like they learned a ton from it. Now, of course, 2070 is now able to play with a full loadout, so this will be a very different round, as there's an AWP on both sides, and the AWP, that Angelo's AWP, is currently in the way back end of the back alleys of B side, so won't be an easy approach for him either. The bomb is actually approaching A side, and nobody's guarding it so far. It's going to take Roz a little bit of time. No, not Roz, it's Leazinho. A little bit of time to make his way back, and look at that, Angelo is taken down, but so is Reggie, and that's a bit of a couple of trades here, buddy. Goodness gracious, Swarmies, careful, buddy. That's a ton of fire beneath your legs. But still, it's a 2v2, and that's the AWP coming into play. Taking care of business. You still gotta worry about the other AWP, of course, as Army's picked it up. But I think the intel is in as to where they could be approaching from. And careful there, they're actually about to come across each other. Oh, there you have it. No, it's actually a pretty easy defense, and the overtime has been secured by Shinden just like that.
Yep. Overtime, that 12th round, which I don't think is actually going to come anytime soon. I mean, unless 2017 can really pull out a miracle, así de la Virgencita de Guadalupe, I don't think it's going to happen, because 2070 has been struggling a lot and money isn't really on their side. Now, of course, they do go in with a buy within the utility instead of a helmet, because, I mean, you got AK-47s and you got AWPs. Nothing really is going to deter, is going to come up well if you have that. But once again, is it going to be K1? Is it going to be BK1 with the blind peek? Again, bro, like, how many times have we seen these blind peeks coming in from him? This is the second time within the instance where he's taken down immediately right there. Oh, okay. Gets a shot. IVZ able to take him out. Does he expect somebody coming in early on? And does he expect the swarm right here? Or rather, the fly coming in from Swarmies? Nacho, last player left alive. No stalwart defense. No nothing when you're outmanned within this fashion. And even though economy wasn't in their side soon, seems like 2070 still have a breath of fresh air and of life as well early on within this round.
Well, at least showing that there is still a little bit of fight in them. And 6 rounds away from the score, it's always still within the cusp of a possibility of a comeback, but you're going to have to hope for overtime either way, so that's a bit of a mental hit to take, no matter what. But Shinden is still doing fine. Only problem here is that Abyss in particular is quite hurt on the money front, and actually so is BK1. He has to buy, or he needs somebody else to get him a Galil, not even an AK. It's going to be 3 Galils, an AWP to force it for IVZ, and Abyss is going to be playing with a Tech 9 only. So, things not looking great for Shinden if they lose again. That's a big problem here. There will be a bit of a comeback situation starting for 2070 if they're able to get their momentum going, but still kind of far away from that to happen. And Abyss making sure that he, gets his util in position, but it seems like he's only now going to rendezvous with his teammates, and IVZ there taking a ton of damage from just the one interaction. Still alive though, but if he were to be tagged by an HE, I'm not so sure if he's going to live through that, so definitely needs Abyss to help him out here. Gets the boost, and in comes Abyss's only piece, or rather one of the 2 pieces of util that he was carrying with him. He still got a single smoke, and there it goes. So not a ton of util for Shinden in general. We keep talking about how util can be a bit of a problem, but here it's more to turn yourself a little bit of time. They do recognize that they're in no position to fight head on, so you gotta take your sweet time. And look at that wallbang too, a ton of damage on Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is right now that Abyss hasn't been having any sort of impact, right? Like, he's a good player. He's been making himself good for one, but that's such an issue. You can't really make yourself be good for one. You have to be good for more. The impact that you're having not only affects you, but it's also going to affect your teammates. Are you going to go with another blind pick? You have nothing else to do, right? Yep. K1, this is the third time he's died right there. El hombre no aprende. No aprende. But it doesn't seem like he needs to learn much off of it because Angelo with the op shot. Very ready within the crossfire right here. Do we see Ross get the kill? Yes, we do. Nacho goes down. And within the other side, everybody's trying to make their way inside. But not only that, taken out IVZ. Roy gets a kill on Reggie, but nothing much left for them to do. Ross finally making an appearance, an impactful one within these rounds, man. 7-12.
Was gonna happen sooner or later, but there you have it. The kill count, actually, I don't think there's that big of a separation between the two teams. Regardless of Shinden's current score, it's BK1 who really put up a big amount of kills on the board. The rest of them are actually somewhat similar to 2070, so I think this happened yesterday as well. Like, Shinden was winning mostly off of good decisions tactically and forcing their opponents not to engage. But in terms of pulling the trigger, their opponents were usually the ones getting those kills. So this might just be one more instance of that very problem. Oh, look at that! It's the Deagle that brings Angelo 4 kills! Goodness gracious! Angelo clicked once with the AWP and said, you know what, this is enough. I can do the rest with the Deagle. And that 4 kill count is outstanding for him. But 2070 claims their third round in a row. We have now reached the 20-round mark, and of course, like I told you, Dio, it could be the beginning of something big, a snowball effect for 2070 to maybe make a comeback and take us to overtime.
Yep, let's see if the people who thought that this was going to end within less than 20 rounds, or rather less than 21 rounds, is now really just banking it all on this one specifically. We said it, you said it yourself, so did I. No, we don't expect that to really go off. Oh my goodness, what is he doing? Nacho, el otro lado, güey. What are you doing? Maybe he was playing anti-flash? I guess I understand. But I mean, when you're already getting gunned down like that, no reaction time available for you. We're gonna see Shinden quite possibly close this out. Do they find their way through? Avoiding that angle specifically because they knew it. Latino with the double kill and then the triple kill. 2070 able to stop them dead within their tracks once more. And this is not only one round secured, but looking great within the potential for the next one as well, Toon. Look at the economy right here for Shinden.
Yep, very unfortunate. If you're Shinden right now, you're gonna have to either go for a very conservative purchase or just wait while you get your loss bonus going, because it's not looking good at first. And there you have it. They're going to take it very slowly. A couple of Deagles and 3 Tech 9s. Very little util. Still, though, I think the real problem here is all about in the tactical decisions and where you're going to push from. And there you have it. They do find the kill on Zwarmies, but I don't think that's going to yield too many good results because Reggie was there, set and done. This is just one more player they need to take care of before they claim the round. Of course, no biggie. If Shinden got a couple of kills here and there, that was going to be enough. They wanted the kill bonus, not really counting on winning or stealing the round itself. And of course, the bomb has been located now by 2070. So Shinden just, they've got their last bastion of hope. And of course, they know where the bomb is located, so it was only a matter of time before Nacho showed himself. And that will be the victory for 2070 once again. And dude, just like that, we're in round 23. Like I told you, it was a big omen for a possible comeback. And there you have it. It's almost done. Just a couple more to go. But Shinden can still claim this victory.
Yeah, and I guess that's why they also went with the save within the previous round, right? Because they want to make sure that there's everything within their possibilities within this round specifically. And I mean, you have to invest in helmets overall right here, because if you don't, I mean, you only have 2 M4A1S, well, an A4A1S and an M4A4 coming within the hands of Swarmies and Ross respectively. So you still got to bank on those on the possibility of that headshot happening, right? So 2070 really, really looking great within the momentum, and this is what we were talking about, right? You win the first 2 pistol rounds. I mean, you win the first 2, round after the pistol and the pistol round itself, and you have a huge momentum boost, and we actually saw that, but within the hands of Shinden. They were the ones who were able to claim that 12th round easily within that first instance as well. But I mean, right now the offense isn't looking good right here. We're seeing a lot of dry picks coming in from these players. Oh, and Angelo with the trace. ¿A dónde crees que vas, canijo? BK1 taken out. Now this is going to be a rough spot right here. 427. No way. No way Reggie was able to get a kill on AVC from all the way from downtown. What a shot.
When it rains, it pours, man. It really is raining on Shinden's parade. More and more as time goes on, they have not been able to find a kill on 2070 for a while now, and the ones they did were really unsubstantial on rounds that did not hold many chances for them. And goodbye, just like that, look at that, a second apart, those two bullets. And we are now in round 24. I mean, this is one of the faster comebacks too, I think. 2070 has not really given Shinden much room to breathe ever since they got that win on round 18. They have not let go of the pedal, of the gas. And now Shinden is on the brink of, once again, I should add, playing overtime. Goodness gracious, dude. We were talking about the curse yesterday, and the curse is ongoing, alive and kicking.
Man, yeah, I mean, it's definitely one hell of a curse, the one that we've seen time and time again, but I think it's more so this round a very specific one in which Shinden has to wake up, right? And they have to notice that you're playing flowchart, and if you're playing flowchart so much, obviously that flowchart's going to be red. And that's exactly what's going on right here. However, what we are seeing at this point is quite well over here for this team. Yes, BK1 gets the kill on Swarmies. I'm sorry, on Raws rather. They're actually going to claim the M4A4 rather than the Galil. Interesting stuff, to say the least. Obviously going in with the bomb plant. That is going to place them within the timer. No shot where they can see somebody right there. And Abyss takes him down. Gets a second kill as well. Lacinho is now out of play. Oh, and Nacho was able to get one more. No, I'm sorry, Roy. Angelo still alive. Getting the kill on Abyss. It's definitely
Dude, he needs the
doable.
He needs the 3 kills and the defusal. I am not so sure about this one, bro. I'm like, if he goes in for the defusal, it's only a matter of time before BK1 takes care of him. And there you have it. It's going to come to an end on round 24. Just getting their hopes up. They were playing with them. Goodness gracious. After all that, Shinden still claims the map. They lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row, bud. Like 6 in a row. Goodness. And still, they are taken down like that. 2070 did not quite have it in them to go all the way. And this is the result. Shinden is going to win their opponent's map selection.
Yeah, man, what a great map, to say the least. We actually saw a very different Shinden than what we're used to, right? It's a Shinden that wasn't afraid to go on the offense, that wasn't afraid to step back and defend properly early on within the map, and they just really put the pedal to the metal whenever we were seeing them on the attack. And now things are about to be changed, since we are going to be heading into the defensive map Nuke. Heavily CT favored, but you know, sometimes that CT is needed in order for us to be able to play properly. So speaking of playing properly, we're going to go ahead and head into a small break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with some more action right after these small minutes. Hello everybody and welcome back. We saw a very heated map towards the end right there, in which Shinden was able to get to the 12th round and struggled to close it out. But now we are going to be heading into their map pick, which is Nuke, right? So we've seen Shinden struggle quite often. Even if they are to get their wins, they struggle quite often to be able to seal the deal within their maps. And I think that there's any case in which this can be made on, the map would be Nuke. Specifically, the one that I think that this one is the one that really leads the charge with those allegations of Shinden struggles to close things out.
Now, here's what's interesting about Shinden. They avoided overtime on Ancient, but again, as recent history tells us, Nuke in particular is a bit of an overtime mill for them. So will they be able to take it? Will they have to once again play it there? I keep talking about this curse, and it was darn close. So that could also be like the first step towards defeating the curse.
Yes.
But yeah, they did avoid it. As close as it was on Ancient, they did avoid it. So, good on them for that. Now, Nuke is the true test, however, as this could be their victory, or we could be seeing a possible third map of Mirage. And I welcome the variety. It's been a while since I've seen Mirage as well. But you know what? Still, I think that Shinden today, they're playing with a different kind of mindset, and at least they did manage to get that last round, because you saw how big of a destruction it was for those 6 consecutive rounds from 2070. They definitely got their snowball effect going, and unfortunately it was cut short for them. They were an unstoppable object facing against an unmovable wall, and the wall won. So yeah, good and Shinden for that once more. But now my only question is, we were talking about the switch-ins and everything. Do you think that the switch-ins are a thing of the past now? Like, they have actually found their mojo? 2070 took a while, but that end of the map kind of tells me that they finally found their rhythm.
Yeah, it seems like it was a bit of a wake-up call towards the end, right? It's like, hey, we need to get our stuff together. I mean, we were within that 7-5 radio, and then we let them get towards 12 super early on. So, I mean, Shinden needs to understand that the playstyle may be different, but we are playing on Nuke. Nuke is one of those maps that heavily favors CT play. And not only that, but I mean, the last times that we actually saw Nuke being played from 2070, well, it was actually last year on the 17th of December, and that was against Game Hunters. Unfortunately, they did go down, but we are going to have to wait just a little bit more before we see this map. We're going to be heading into a bit of a small break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you with some more action. It was all an elaborate prank. We got y'all, didn't we? No, it wasn't. Thank you for tuning in. We're now ready to see how this first round is going to be played right here. 2070 starting off on the CT side, Shinden starting on the attacking side. Now we're going to be heading into a completely offset map, different playstyle than the one that we saw within Ancient. We're now going into American soil here on Nuke.
Now it's going to be a very interesting one, but also a map that's going to showcase Shinden's adaptation. This is a big one for them, poetically. Like, regardless of whether they win it here or not, it's going to be poetic if they're able to make strides towards ending their curse. Now, they do, however, start out with the wall of smokes. I'm not so sure if they're expecting the push from Leozinho. He does find the first headshot. Does he get a second? Not quiet. as Nacho is the only one to go down. BK1 was able to move back, but there are dual Berettas that we were talking about earlier, how they did not have that big of an effect in previous rounds. Roy somehow still alive, has not taken a single bullet to his body. Quite amazing WD movement, AD movement from him, but goodness gracious, how many bullets are gonna keep on flying here, Dio? Goodness, Roy! My boy survived a little too long for comfort if you ask me, but still it's going to be a victory for 2070.
I mean, all you need to do is take your time there. How do you miss so many bullets, bro? You could have gotten so much terrain, and not only that, but saved up so many of your teammates if you're just taking your time right there. Yes, you're able to get the kill on Angelo. You're able to claim the bomb as well. And then just look at this. This specifically, like, why are you rushing in if you already know what you have the opportunity, right? Like, you already got one player there that you could easily take care of, but I don't know, man. Just sometimes it's just better to take your time, right? Just simply take your time right here. Anyways, enough about that round. 2070 able to claim it very, very easily. We do see Ready take take at least a little bit of amount of damage. Seems like some utility was within use. So Nacho doesn't really want to approach. Can't really blame him. Got to make sure that there's nobody on top of the hut. And they actually don't see anybody. They actually take him down almost immediately right there. So sight is now free for them to be able to make their way inside. Lalcinho just peeks up and says, nah, I'm out. Don't really want to risk it too much to get the biscuit. No biscuit to be obtained here. We see them pick up 2 weapons and try to go in with the wall bang right there. Don't really want to head out too much. Rather, Angelo just trying to see if there's anybody that maybe he could catch before heading out. Do they try to claim a weapon here is the question. Will they claim that weapon right there? Nope, not at all. Abyss goes down. IVZ with the MP9 now within his hands. Platoon isn't looking great right here for 2070. It seems like they're going to be in a bit of a rock and a hard place, which is why they opted to save within this round.
And if you just had a screenshot of the loadout, you would think, oh, okay, the M4 users are going to rush in. They definitely have the higher firepower in that sense, but unfortunately it's all about the positioning and what happened throughout, and at least Shinden did get a good game sense for the decision making in this one. I love how this time the push on the east side was successful. Shoutouts to Roy, by the way. Like, the kills that he got in the previous round, they may not have carried over into kills here, but at least he did survive, so survivability will be key. Shoutouts to Shinden's players for facing that head-on. Abyss died, sure, but still very early on, but I still think that survivability will be a key factor here. And oh my goodness, they did not witness Abyss moving down, or maybe they did, trying to get a read on his movement there. They can't quite catch him, so he's still alive. And look at that, emptying the magazine through the wall of smokes, and no one took a single hit. Well, BK1 did receive some damage earlier, and now there's a bit of a tag on IVZ, but still, the read was not quite successful. They do, however, have the read on the fact that somebody probably already got there to the underbelly of the map, and Reggie is taken care of as he's looking for the flank as well. So good on Shinden for facing that head on, and look at that, they get the read on them too! 2070 has nowhere to run! My boy Abyss is ready to protect the entry from the ramp, and as the fire dissipates, he is going to look out into that area once more. 2070 is forced to step back. Dio, that's twice in a row. They're at least able to carry over some solid firepower, but still a bit of a I would say that it's the beginning of some alerts going off for 2070.
Definitely, and not only that, but I mean, Abyss is trying to farm as much money as he can, right? Seeing if there's anybody within or right behind that forklift. He actually sees one right there. Goes in, gets a shot though. Angelo still with the fighting chance. I mean, not to get the round or anything like that, but I mean, still at least trying to make something happen. Abyss, IVC rather, says, you know what? Let me just go back. Nothing much left for them to do. Shinden with the advantage. I think that overall 2070 has been playing this, even within losing, they're playing this optimally, right? Like, they're not really risking too much, making sure that they're heading back. And it's also a bit of a statement, the one that we saw from Shinden, and if I do say so myself, I think that last round was even disrespectful towards 2070, because you saw that they dominated within that first round, and then Shinden immediately came back up and said, you know what, I don't think you can keep that up, especially here with the nuke and on that CT side. How do you not see them up there? You did not see them up there, and that's going to cost you half of your HP. Now is gone. Roz unable to claim a kill, but I mean, we do have Swarmies that is defending the hold on ramp fervently right here. And even with that AG, still going to push everybody back. So it's a bit of a fight on two fronts right here.
I do think that Shinden has a better idea in the tactical effort, and I think that's been the history with this team in general. Like, again, the pulling the trigger part might be taking a bit of a sidestep to just the decision making, but that's what's gotten them here. And what I love about Shinden too is that they're taking their time. How many times have we said too that players keep rushing in and they're not really analyzing the situation? I think Shinden is actually sitting a little because they analyze too much at times. But so far so good. It's the very beginning of the map, and I think that if there's any time in which you can take it slow, it's here. Particularly after the 3 rounds that we have already played, now that the money is a little bit more even for everybody. But still, Shinden are going to try and force 2070 to move back a little bit. They do react to the fire, and they to the smoke, and they set up a fire of their own. And here we go, it's time for them to start moving. Unfortunately, it does not yield good results as Nacho bites the dust, but BK1 taking care of 2 before going down. It's a lead for Shinden for a little bit, and now Zwarmies is the last one standing for 2070, way below the rest of them.
And we have the bomb plant right here. There was nothing much that could have been done right here by Swarmies in order to prevent it. But I mean, it's still a difficult bout to say the least, as 2070, they've been struggling to find their ground here within Nuke, and that should be something relatively simple for you to do, especially on the CT side. So as much as you would like it, Shinden has been playing this super optimal tune. Like, as much as I want to say, try to find, you know, a little bit of a nitpick in the way that 2070 has been playing their defense, they have good positioning, right? They're holding their sites properly, making good use of utility as well. But it's just that Shinden is making them uncomfortable with their approaches, and even if I do say so myself, a bit of an unorthodox playstyle, the one that they're adopting here within the attacking side of Nuke, that really offsets the very calm and collected flowchart type of play that 2070 has. But I think that's the word that we're looking for, that rather you're trying to avoid, flowchart. Since Shinden knows that 2070 has very strong bases, or as we know it, fundamentals within this map, they're actually exploiting the fact that they have these strong fundamentals and making them doubt exactly that. So it's quite interesting, to say the least, how 2070 is actually opting to doubt themselves rather than just simply try to stop them dead within their tracks. But what about fundamentals if you have oh my god, if you have a deagle?
How many more, Dio? How many more bullets are gonna fly by? But it's a FAMAS once again. Okay, so maybe Darby was onto something. Tal vez Darby tiene cierta razón. I'm not sure about the FAMAS either way, but you know what? It did the trick here. And it gives 2070 another chance at life. And this time, they do not hurt Shinden's money enough to force them into an eco loadout, but next round will be a bit of a nightmare for Shinden if they don't win it here. So, Shinden are going in full force, and Swarmies is forced to use his own incendiary. Of course, he's going to relay the intel, gonna set up his own smoke to give himself a little bit more time, but that was a dangerous spot to be in for him. And Shinden are going to slowly walk into secret, and yep, that's going to be BK1 going down. Oh man. Well, unfortunately for Shinden, they do lose their previous highest killer. If you recall in Ancient, he was the team leader in kills, so, you know, he's still performing solidly, but they definitely need him alive. You have seen how crucial his kills are.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that BK1 was the top performer within the previous map as well, Toon. He racked up over 20 kills. So I mean, it's very difficult for you to start underperforming early on within this map, right? I mean, of course, it's good for you to underperform early on within the map in order to regain your composure later on, but I mean, you're already 6 rounds in. There's already something that you can definitely be deterred on. Abyss going in, getting the plant right there. Does he see the player towards his left? No, he does not, but Abyss too late on the draw right there. He could have saved IVZ, and he had the AWP as well, so I mean, I don't know what they're playing at. Is 2070 not going to approach?
Apparently not. I mean, odd choice, right? You still got the loadout to take care of business, but they're going to wait to get some more intel before that. And there you have it.
Why are you
Roz
approaching?
finds a biz. Oh, goodness. Well, there was definitely time for them to go for the defusal way earlier on. And look at Nacho! He gets the kill on Roz. Oh, man, not quite enough to stop the defusal.
I don't know, man. Like, why did Abyss try to approach? Why was he on the scout for kills? Like, I understand that, yes,
Yep.
you want to get as much as possible, you know, try to make sure that there's anybody that you can catch off guard or anything like that. But one, you see Abyss make a very bad decision and not shoot Swarmies before he takes down IVZ. And then you see him make his way outside of the site. I just don't know. Like, I don't know why that's been going down like that, up until a point where it's starting to deter the Shinden very, very impressively, like permanently, if I do say so myself right here. And regardless of the outcome of this round right here, in which 2070 does get the win, I think that this unbalance within the previous one is starting to latch on towards an advantage that we had seen previously from Shinden.
It's these kinds of mistakes that really build up. Again, it's all about that decision making, right? We were talking about how good they were at taking their time and everything, and unfortunately, it seems like it's carrying over. It wasn't a one-time deal. It is now a bit of a more consistent problem on Shinden's side, and you can see it on the scoreboard, right? Like it's a much more nuanced kind of lead. But Shinden already took their big punishment from that. Their money had suffered, and now they're back in it with a couple of Galils to their name as well. So it's not even the greatest of loadouts yet. But you know what? I respect the Galil. For what it's worth, I respect it more than the FAMAS in terms of what it can do. Still, though, Shinden will have to play it as a bit of a unit. BK1 is the sole player standing on the outside. If someone else can get some intel for him, that's great, and the player count at the very least, so he can start going for a bit of a flank. But there's not a ton of intel for 2070 to work with either. They're mostly guarding A side and the outside. And you've got two there beneath the facility, taking their sweet time before they go on any kind of push. Shinden too, I thought they were going to approach B, but they're also taking a bit of a step back, and here comes Ross. He will find one player already, make that two. Does he locate the bomb? Not quite yet. Oh, goodness gracious, they're just simply going to peek through it, and BK1 ready to find at least one. There you have it. He definitely saw the cannon off the other weapon, but unfortunately does not turn around in time, and that leaves Roy on his own, and that won't be enough. It's a victory for 2070.
A very, very big victory as well, right? For 2070, since they knew that rupturing that specific round for Shinden and stopping them within their tracks would not only force a bit of an economical standstill from Shinden, but also hinder their capabilities within their attacking prowess. We've seen that the last time, this is the 4 rounds in a row that they've won 2070. So Shinden needs to start simply analyzing their play here. What are they messing up with? It's that they're playing very predictable, right? They're not waiting for they are going through the smokes whenever they see the spray. Like, of course, there are going to be sometimes where you're caught within the spray, that's the last thing that you can do. But there are occasions where they're seeing the spray coming through the smoke on the outside, and they're actively walking into it, right? They're expecting their opponents to stop with the spray because it would be quote-unquote the smart thing to do. But sometimes you just want to spray until your mag goes out, because what's going to happen, I can still go in and reload, right? So they're not really analyzing like a lot of things right here. Oh my goodness gracious, especially since you go in like that, that aggression is exactly what you need to find.
Yep, sometimes you just need to step on it, right? And thankfully it starts out with a bang for Shinden, but unfortunately I think the new bang is going to be Swarmies! Yes, sir! He stepped on it too, and takes care of both Nacho and BK1. Like I said before, BK1 was one of the crucial players. He is currently the one with the highest kill count. Even if it's not a big separation from the rest of his teammates, it's still the highest. So to take him down significantly lowers the chances of Shinden to get a round victory. But still, they have made their way into B-side, at least planted, so they do secure a little bit of extra cash. Problem is, will they find any more kills? Because it's definitely looking difficult. You've got Roy with his Deagle stepping back towards the doors. And of course, 2070 still got 4 players to their name. This time, though, Shinden is holding their ground. They're not prowling to find a kill or anything. They're waiting for them to approach. And IVZ is ready. Oh no, he turns around. Yeah, goodbye, good sir. That is not going to look super good for him. Oh, but careful there. The spray does not of business either. Abyss was still alive. Are they going to the fuse? They won't. There's not enough time. No, goodness gracious. Shinden actually wins it on the bomb explosion.
What a great round as well. Playing for time, that's exactly what you need to do. Playing unorthodox, this is what we were talking about. Finally, Shinden not really falling into that pattern anymore and being able to draw that outline and say, hey, maybe, just maybe, we should play a little bit more conservative when we're within the site, right? Which is exactly what you needed to do. If you saw towards the end, it was that final player, the one alive, that just simply to stay back and say like, hey, I really don't want you to go in for the defuse zone. The fact that there was just pressure on him being there is exactly what you need to do in order to win that bomb plant instead of going out and then trying to get those kills. So great stuff, not gonna lie. Great stuff coming in right here from Shinden, taking their sweet time right there. And even though, I mean, you see the tracers coming in right through the smoke, even though you don't see them coming directly from the bullets, you can still see the holes and where they come from. Simply taking their time right here, which is exactly what you need to do. Shinden, you have a little bit less than 2 minutes to make your executions. Of course, time is of the essence, but sometimes taking your time as well right there. Why is BK1 turning around like that?
The most questionable decision making sometimes, but he does offset that with some kills. Unfortunately, though, this round was not one of them. And Nacho here, making sure that his teammates can approach Secret safely. But I believe this is going to get a lot more dangerous for them. Oh, careful there, Reggie! Not quite able to take care of business there as somebody emerges from the vents. They do take care of Nacho on the high end, but it's once more a B-side plant. And here we go. It's time for the true defense to start taking place. Roy setting himself up on the opposite end of things. They're about to approach from the ramp. So here goes Angelo and Zormis. Are they going to get the angle onto IVZ? Right, here's them coming, and there you go. He finds the kill on Angelo, but Angelo takes care of IVZ with an HE. There is a flash taken down. Zormis still kind of waiting for Roy to approach. That's an defuse kit. Roy needs to stop him, and he does. This time it's not the bomb explosion, it's an interruption of the bomb defusal. And a full-on massacre, and Roy, oh, he survived. Goodness gracious, dude, he survived that. Just a few frames remaining, but he is still alive and kicking with that AWP. Sorry, the AK. No, yeah, the AWP. He carried over the AWP, yeah. So yeah, great ending for Shinden. They're now even, and they have an AWP.
Yeah, and the momentum too. Don't forget that. Momentum is super, super important. Even though that HE actually hit IVZ head on. Definitely not what you want to see, but I mean, Roy was able to get the clutch. He did not fall for the fact that, you know, those fakes could occasionally spell a lot of danger. He noticed, like, yeah, I don't think Swarmies is one to actually try to fake or anything like that. Oh, and Lalcinho with the push. Getting the kill right here on IVZ. Not able to get the kill on Lalcinho, though, towards the other side. Angelo immediately frags on Roy as soon as he's able to get a spot on him. Nacho, one more on Ross, but from the outside, Lalcinho once again getting a double kill. BK1, my man, has not been performing, and that is affecting right here what we've seen coming in from Shinden. I don't know if you have cleared heaven? That is the question. I mean, with the molly right there, of course, it's not gonna do much, but simply standing back. I think this is a very solid cover right here coming in from Shinden. If you do not approach, Nacho, come on, come on.
Nombre.
I believe.
Oh, hang on.
No la haces, güey. No hay huevos.
Más bien, no hay puntería, güey.
No mames.
Goodness gracious, what was that? Well, that's a defusal, that's what it is. Goodness. Nah, you can't hold it like that, dude. You were so close to glory. You were so close to winning the Oscar for Best Picture, and you got snubbed at the very last second. This is more so a loss for Shinden than it is a victory for 2070, if that makes sense.
Man. I was so hyped for Abyss too after he got the kill right there. I'm like, okay, and then you have a man
Bro.
with USP, and it's how do you miss so many shots like that, bro? It takes skill to miss all those shots. Like, did you see? Like, he didn't even hit one of them. Goodness gracious.
My boy, I am so disappointed and yet so hyped at the same time.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there is one more kill to happen here. Nacho is the one to bite the dust, and unfortunately, he was one of the higher firepower carriers as well. Reggie definitely saw Biz moving, so this is probably going to be a swift round in the favor of 2070. IVZ has no bomb with him. He's a little far away, but still gets the kill with the MAC-10, so I don't know, will he finish what his teammates had started? Will this actually be a 3v1 comeback? It was definitely in the making before. Reggie is the one staying closer to him. If IVZ wins this battle, he does.
Okay.
Okay, 29 HP remaining. And a minute of action in the round 2. Angelo not going to face off against him. IVZ might be able to catch Lealzinho on the move here. No, that's going to be the round. And 2070 find a lead before the end of the first half. After a couple of, well, more so after one round that was full of spaghetti at the tail end of it, and Shinden was not able to make it back from that.
That's rough, man. So rough to say the least. A very good half, but then the ending right there, we saw like in real time how Shinden simply started to crumble down, right? However, I do have to say that the fact that they were able to win 5 on the T side is definitely a good omen. That is definitely a very, very good omen for this team, because now you're supposedly on the better side right here, right? Which is going to be CT. How many players do you have defending B? You have none of them. But, I mean, if the approach isn't still ensured, taking back a little bit of time within their hands. 2070 doesn't want to commit too much to a singular approach right here. You already heard somebody break their legs. Abyss already has the first encounter right here. We're gonna go in with the wide swing. Yes, that is definitely a wide swing. Perfect stuff. Oh, hits the lamp, but it's still able to get 2. BK went finally performing well right here. Finally making up for his mistakes previously. Not only that, but atoning for his sins. And speaking of sins, what a shot right there coming in from IVZ. One hell of a shot right there. Seems like the devil's own luck is now on their side soon. Shinden 1 round away from tying things up.
They just need to keep up the momentum now. They just need to keep it going. And you know what? For what it's worth, last map had a somewhat similar situation where 2070 were starting to build up momentum themselves, and unfortunately it was cut short. So maybe this is where Shinden takes care of business, and they do have a much better loadout, of course. On paper, it should be their round, and it seems like the map, the MP9s are doing their job at first, tagging most players, and here we go. That's 2 players down from 2070, and of course they have already signaled that they are approaching that very same area, so everybody's going to bite the dust. We are back to even just like that, Dio. Round 14 has gone by, and Shinden are looking swell, but of course the odds were stacked in their favor for this one. So this is where the real battle is going to start, or rather the next round is when the real battle is going to start. But in the meantime, we should technically be seeing Shinden get to that 8-round count. If they don't, that's going to be a complicated one.
No lo sé, dude. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know about that, because this is Brazil and Deagles, the ones that we're talking about here. Brazil and Deagles are a match made in heaven, like bread and cheese, right? They love it so much, right? Especially with the headshot. But Nacho, of course, is gonna be the one to put him down. Do we see the headshot? Yes, we do. Oh, that's what I was talking about. Do we see another one? Yes, we do. Swarms with the double kill right here. BK1 able to farm at least one of these players. Oh, ande creo que va. Abyss with the kill on Lealzinho, and this is tied up, but the firepower is definitely within the favor of Shinden. Ay, güey, ya no.
Uh-oh. Well, it seems like, yeah, that's the bastion of hope, and oh my goodness! They actually clutch it! Goodness is Shinden. I mean, here's the other thing. I can't believe they keep putting themselves in that situation too. You know, it's a big problem when you keep putting yourself in that kind of position, you know? And, you know, part of playing competitively like this is avoiding that kind of thing. So Shinden are still winning, but there's a huge asterisk on every one of their victories, and that's what worries me here, Dio. It's a bit of a paper lead, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit of a paper lead in itself, right? Because it's like, yes, you got one round, but I mean, how much more can you extend it? You do have momentum, and you do have the favor of the fact that, you know, CT is definitely within a Nuke's preferred playstyle, to say the least, right here. But you still got to make sure everything goes within your favor, right? Not just stopping the teams within their tracks or anything like that. And you're already paying up for a mistake that you made 2 rounds ago, right? Which was 2070 going in with the buy instead of waiting up for the previous round, right? Definitely want to go in on a 7-7 with guns blazing rather than a 6-7 whenever you were in the lead within the side switch. Ooh, that AG hits very, very heavily right here. The smoke is about to dissipate, but we do see the shot being fired off. Nacho immediately goes back, but the deed has already been done. He's got the kill on ready, and not only that, but the rotation is ensured right here. Do we see the shot coming in from IVC? Yes, we do. Swarmies is out of play. And out of place as well. Why are you not supporting your teammates right here? I know you're the lurker, but how much can you wait for it? Nacho gets the kill on Ross. Angelo finally puts him down. But I mean, we could be seeing a very decisive victory, to say the least, right here. Ah, papito, ¿a dónde crees que vas en el Enciño? He just got stuck there. There was nothing left for him to do and simply stand back, because that was a bomb being sent all the way inside towards the site. And you still got IVC from heaven with his AWP. But it's not even gonna be needed, man. It's just it's Abyss coming in from downtown, from the vents, and then IVZ with the defusal, and this is gonna be a great round right here for Shinden.
Technically, one came from heaven and the other came from hell. So yeah,
de hecho.
If heaven is real, hell must be too, and they are bringing hell on Earth for 2070, Shinden starting their own winning streak of 4 so far on the side switch. And yeah, we keep talking about how this is a CT-sided map, right? So this is Shinden finally showing their true power on the map. But of course, they have not yet ran away from their curse. We keep talking about that too. They're not that far away on the scoreboard either. It's only 2 rounds of separation between these guys. So, you know, all that time they have spent winning, it has not really amassed that big of a lead. And this could be a comeback situation for 2070 as well. Now, of course, they do announce their arrival, so IBZ has more than enough time to set himself up for the kill with the AWP, and that's a lead for Shinden already. I'm not sure about that push from 2070. They definitely announced their arrival way sooner through that smoke, so it was just setting the table for Shinden to get that kill. And then now 2070 forced to step back, go back up, and try to make their way into the facility towards A site, but easier said than done. It is feeling like a complicated battle for them to win, regardless of where they decide to push from, be it Hut or Squeaky. But there you go, they start throwing their utils, so they have announced their arrival, and that's going to result in Reggie being taken down, and Swarmies as well, not after taking a kill of his own, of course. So 2 remaining, make that 1 remaining for 2070.
Yep, and it's all up to Ross, who is stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place, because look at where the bomb is. He has to make his way up towards the A site, which is heavily guarded with AK-47s and AWP, so might as well be naked, right? Might as well not have invested within the armor, rather the Kevlar. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna approach at anytime soon, Toon. I mean, with the defense right now that Shinden has been portraying, it's definitely been one of those rough rodeos for 2070 ever since the side switch. They played super well within the CT side, but they're crumbling down, falling beneath their own weight, as Shinden has secured a hefty advantage. You said it yourself, it's like a paper lead, but now it seems like it's a bit of a stone one as well. Now, definitely doable, definitely something that you can break down. Not easily, though. You have to have the proper weapons, and you have to find that sledgehammer of an offensive in order to be able to break it down.
They do break down the double-digit barrier on a timeout as well. But 2070, yep, they're going for their first tactical. Oddly enough, their first one just now in the last map. They definitely went for more and much earlier. So, you know, took a while for them to take their time, but now they finally do. That's the other thing. We have seen a bit of a shift in focus from both of these teams, as 2070 has definitely tried to step on the gas to no avail. And now you can see the punishment in their money, right? Like, they do not really have too much to work with in terms of the wallets, and Shinden is on the brink of getting that 11th round victory, but sometimes the Tech 9s are enough, sometimes the Deagles are enough, and you do have one AK that Ross carried over. So man, it's a bit of a coin toss. I can still see Shinden losing somehow if they choose their angles wrong, but 2070 should be tasting defeat here, at least on paper. And here we go, 2070, they decide to take the outside. They're gonna blow up the door of Squeaky too, so immediate peek on the outside for Shinden. They're going to protect themselves in that front, and there's a wall of smokes too for 2070 on the outside, so they're gonna try and push towards B. Nobody shooting out into the wall of smokes either, by the way. They're going to have a pretty safe way into secret for what it seems, and Ross, however, has decided to stay on the other side, and he is gonna take care of Nacho. So this is how it starts. This is how it begins. They gotta get another one going, but unfortunately Ross is gonna die immediately. So that's goodbye to your AK as well. They did not even go back to fetch the AK themselves. It's now going to be a bit of a massacre as the AWP comes into play, and IVC takes a ton of damage there, buddy. Oh, careful, buddy. Back down.
Yeah, I mean, he knew that he had to throw his utility, but I mean, how much did it work for him right there? Swarmy's taking a lot, I'm sorry, Lazinho taking a lot of damage. Gonna see the smoke off right there. That's a great smoke to say the least, but I mean, they gotta take care of that Lazinho as well, who is very rare. Ay, cabrón, no te lo creo. No te lo creo. What a shot right there coming in from both Lazinho and Swarmies. Roy, last player left alive, but I mean, doesn't really want to risk it, right? He has to run away with his AK-47, save as much as he can. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Can't really blame him. That was a very difficult round after Lazinho was able to claim a double kill. So just simply going to stand back here with him secret. Nothing much left for him to do other than try to see if there's any exit frags that he can catch. Not going to happen anytime soon.
Well, I did mention 2070, even with that very micro loadout, could have taken it, and they did. I don't know what it was that called me to that, but when I saw them not shooting into the wall of smokes, that's when I thought, okay, they're not really pressuring them. Nobody was looking out into the wall of smokes, and that gave the chance for, I think it was Ross, to just step through, get his kill on Nacho, and then the rest was just a snowball effect. They didn't even go back into B side to try and stop the push, so a very weird decision making there from Shinden, knowing that they had the advantage on the firepower mostly. Like, they knew that one player carried over a weapon, but you're not going to fear that one weapon. You still need to go in and get your bullets through, and at least they are doing so now as they find 2 kills, one on Delzinho, the other on Reggie. They still need to worry about the AWP and the 2 AKs, but it is a majority on the side of Shinden, so they could find a couple more. There's no intel, though, as to where 2070 are, so that is going to force Shinden into a bit of a headless chicken situation where they're trying to just run through. They do, however, make their way into A site now, and they take care of Roy, so that's at least some damage that 2070 has been able to do. The rest of them are on the outside, however, and there's no intel for Shinden to know that.
Not at all. So let's see how they're going to proceed with that lack of information rather than the information that they do have. Abyss with the FAMAS. Let's see if the curse of the FAMAS is alive right here. Ah, yes. No, it's not. Doing FAMAS looking goated right here. Live by the FAMAS, die by the op. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Because it's such a good weapon that you get a kill and that you immediately exchange it for something better, right? That's what we've just seen right here. IVZ, why has IVZ been simply standing within those mollies for an extended amount of time, man? Where by this point, you rally the information like, hey, guys, they threw a molly. I heard some footsteps. They're within B, right? Like, why is the information not being rallied? Why are Nacho and IVC still within the upper part of the map? That's, I want to say, like, interesting, but not really. I think it's a bit of a misplay coming in from Shinden. They're taking way too much time on an execution that should have to come immediately after that, because you have time working against you.
Time is running its course, and they have one more to worry about. And look at look at Roz. Does find that kill. I'm not sure about this push, Nacho. I am not sure about that push. And you know what? The timer was ticking anyway. There was no chance for him to defuse. Just a few very questionable choices from Shinden lately. I mean, they kind of lose track of the resources they have at their disposal. And mostly the time. They're definitely losing track of when they can push. They get some intel and they don't act upon it. Here they had 4 players versus the 2 of 2070, and yet they still lost the remaining ones. So good on 2070 for playing the bait and switch, but also Shinden, what's up? What's up? You gotta wake up to those signals.
The moment where you have to wake up. And speaking of waking up, you definitely don't want to rush out like that, or you're gonna have a brutal wake-up call, like we just saw right there. Le vieron las patillas, but IVZ able to scrape out with his life. It seems like Reggie is actually gonna go in with the chase all the way towards the outside. Finally sees him, and wow, that was a really dedicated chase, the one that we saw right there coming in from. Oh, actually gets a kill. K1, but towards the other side, Reggie. One more on Nacho. They saw the barrel of the gun. That's going to be it right there. That is a tied game, Toon. Tied game right here. 10-10. We saw something similar happen within the previous map, and Shinden was able to make it out alive, but man, the fact that they lost 3 rounds in a row after a brutal win streak, and not only that, they were ecoed a couple of times too, speaks to the fact that Shinden's coordination right now is definitely lackluster. They have that confidence boost, and it's starting to bite them in the ass.
And I kept saying how good of a decision-making team they were, but unfortunately that game sense is definitely not looking as pristine anymore. And again, it's decisions like this one. I'm not sure if Buddy was carrying a defuse kit in that round, but the timer was definitely something that was working against them, and unfortunately losing that second to last player to Angelo kind of set the situation for 2070 to now get to this. We are even on the scoreboard, 10-10. There's still a chance to not go to overtime, however, but it's still the curse is there, man. Like, Shinden is not beating the allegations right now. The curse persists, and so do we commentating this match. But 2070, though, looking good in the momentum department at the very least. No AWP in play, by the way. Neither Shinden nor 2070 have purchased that. And Shinden in particular are feeling quite down on their luck in the money department, as the util is not looking too pristine. They have ran it through most of it now. They've only got one of each, actually, remaining. And that's the final HE, and it's going to yield no results as Nacho is the first one to go down. Roy, however, catches one. Oh, God. I think Roy was the same person who was spraying with his AK a few rounds ago that we noticed, but still, 2 players remaining for 2070. They actually were not able to get that many more kills, but BK1, on his attempt to find one more, ends up getting himself killed, and now Angelo is the last player standing, and he is, of course, going to make a race into B-side to try and take care of business, and he crashes the windows, too, to make sure that he gets a little bit of an extra resource there. He sees the approach from Abyss and takes care of him, and goodness gracious, that's going to be both of them taken down by Angelo once again, the clutch player who saved 2070, putting them at 11 rounds to their name. Not beating the allegations, Shinden. You either go to overtime now, or you kind of make a miracle comeback and prevent 2070 from getting any more rounds to their name.
Man, that kill, this kill that we're gonna see, that's what lost Shinden that round.
Yep.
How many times have we seen BK1 recklessly go out and try to look for kills whenever they have that need? They don't really have to play for, like, there are some times when you're on the CT side where you have to propose things, right? You have to be the one that proposes things, but that wasn't one of them. You didn't have to go forth, you didn't have to play forward, you didn't have to do anything like that. Why are you doing it? BK1, we saw you so smart within the previous map, getting 20 kills, but now you're playing in such a way that is definitely costing your teammates these rounds within these specific situations where you shouldn't be pushing, and then you're not pushing when you should be. So And this isn't something that is exclusively for BK1. It seems like this is an overall trend right here for Shinden. They're overextending so much that sometimes when it comes to bite them back in the ass, they can't really hold up to what it's coming for them. And they really need to stop doing that, because every single time that it's happened, it hasn't been rewarding for them. I have to simply hesitate right there. Like, once again, why are you pushing whenever they're the ones that have to approach? I understand you're within the eco round, right? You have a deagle and that's it. But you have little to no information about this, and these teams, like, they have 30 seconds left on the clock. The more time that they take, the better. And at that point, you shouldn't be the one to force it to make the approach, rather stop it whenever they have to do it, because they're running low on time. And I don't really think that they're seeing the whole spectrum of how things are going down right now, because look at this. Like, they know that Reggie right there. Why are they going in with the push again?
Oh no! Did I see the reload animation? Did I just see that?
Yes.
Get started. Goodness. Yeah. Just these are decisions that you need to take with like milliseconds of thought process, or not thought process, but like milliseconds of space between them, right? So it's definitely a very nerve-wracking situation, regardless of how long you actually take. But man, oh man, so many wrong decisions in a row have now led to this. They're on the brink of losing their map selection. And this is, again, Nuke. Like, Shinden has played overtime on Nuke many times in the past. They have played it as their choice many times in the past and lost it. And this is looking like it's going to be one more of those added to their record. So, unless they can pull off a miracle here and take us to overtime, which again, the curse follows them, 2070 is probably going to take us to Mirage. Or at least it appears like that. Of course, there is an AWP in play now, and Abyss went for the AUG, by the way. Like, there's a double-scoped weapon here. Not double AWP, but double-scoped it is. And Shinden are definitely banking everything here like they kind of have to. But 2070 are actually taking their time. And they have kind of learned that. Like, they know that Shinden is going to be the one to push. Why are you the one to push? Like, you're playing offense, sure. But it's the CTs who have been consistently on the prowl to try and find you. So why risk it yourself? They're going to come to you.
Exactly, though, right there. Even though IBC was able to get that kill, not only one, but two, as he's also claimed Reggie's life. Do we see one from the outside? Yes, we do. It seems like these players just really, really like their OT, man. They really, really like their OT, and whenever they're forced against the wall in order to be able to make it happen, that's when they start to shine, because only two players left alive, and that's Roz and Angelo. To take their time right here. Simply trying to go in for the spray through the smoke. Glitched up. Taking time. Simply stepping back right here. They know that they can't really approach Hut because of the fact that they have little to no information on where anybody is, especially since you already have one teammate right there. Look at that leg propped up like a champ. Angelo, if you go through here, you will die. And I can assure you that right now, even though you're able to get that kill, still gonna go down within the hands of IVC, who is on the verge of an ace. I don't think he's gonna be able to get it, not gonna lie. But because, I mean, you have one player that's already made his way inside towards the site right here. And Roz is going to be taken down. BK1 claiming a kill, finally being able to do so. And that is the 11-12 tune, in which this has definitely been one of the matches where we've seen a lot of back and forth, a lot of mistakes being made from these two teams that lead up to one of them coming out on top, but not because they didn't make any mistakes, but because they made the fewest of them. And they've been making, both of these teams have been making plenty per round.
Now, last call here, man. Well, it was a last call there for Zormies. And actually, there was some friendly fire too, like bad communication there from 2070 as they run into their own molly. But Angelo gives 2070 the lead back, at least momentaneously. Reggie, next one to bite the dust. So it's even again, man. And you do have an AWP on the side of 2070, so at least in loadout alone, there might be a slight lead for them. But here comes Angelo, gonna set himself up to defend the outside of Mini. And if they keep moving towards that spot, it might yield some actual disaster. But no, they move back into B, going through Secret, and I think that Shinden has the read on them this time as Nacho is going to emerge. He sees the smoke. He's going to line himself up. Does not emerge just yet. Oh, do they see him? Do they see him? They see him, and that's going to be Nacho biting the dust. 2070 with a slight lead. They hear them approaching. Abyss is taken down, and BK1 needs to go on a 3v1 comeback if he wants to prevent Mirage from being a reality, but I don't think that's going to happen. He is taken down. 13-11 once more. Both maps have gone to that same score, Dio. What's going on tonight?
Man, just a slaughter. I definitely think that right now the proper word is a slaughter coming in from both of these teams, right? Exactly the same score. They trade maps, and now we're going into the decider Mirage. And I'm going to be very real with you, Toon. I'm very happy that we are going to Mirage of all things, because I am sick and tired of how many times we've seen Ancient and Nuke. You can throw in a Mirage, throw in an Anubis, throw in anything right now, but it seems like we're actually going to throw it into a bit of a break, because we will be heading into the decider map. We need to get everything prepared and ready before we're able to head into the final map for the night, which is going to be the ever so elusive one, Mirage. So everybody, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you with some more action.
So we're not going to see the knife round, but just know that there is a knife round going on right now because we are now in the decider map of Mirage. We did end up going there after both previous maps went 13-11, of course, trading between the two teams, but it's been a pretty long one, Dio, with a lot of spaghetti in between, we must say.
Yeah, it's a lot of spaghetti, a lot of quesadillas, because I was making some dinner before this happened. But yes, we are going to be heading into that 1-to-1 scenario in which Mirage is going to beat the decider. We actually saw these two teams trade maps, and Shinden was playing absolutely superbly on Ancient, but then Nuke came along and 2070 really showed them how to do it out and how to duke it out as well, because this is the first time in a good while within the 5 times played within the last 5 instances that Shinden does not go into an overtime on Nuke. So that being said, we are going to be heading into Mirage. As of this moment, the game is live, and we are more than ready to see who is going to come out on top. It seems like Shinden is going to start on the CT side soon, and I don't know about you, but that is a bit of a bad omen, if I do say so myself, right? Because that definitely means that 2070, either they feel extremely comfortable on attacking first, or they were the ones who won that knife round.
Yep, either way, it's seemingly going to leave Shinden in the disadvantage, but for now, they do get the first kill on Ross. Now, it's going to be a classic Rush A this time, not really a Rush B, but it seems like 2070 does not have the cleanest way into it. They do lose a couple of units, but the side belongs to them regardless, and there's very little util in play right now. The HE barely tags Leazinho, and they also have a good read on where they could be approaching. Leazinho setting up a couple of bullets on the top of the staircase there, and now Roy approaching here alongside his own teammate in the back of Nacho. They do find Swarmies, who also took some friendly fire damage, by the way. That has been happening a lot. Lots of friendly fire here and there, but even then, the result is still the same. Shinden is going to claim the first round victory here after 8 defusals. So there was a bomb plant. At least there is a little bit of extra cash there for 2070 going forward, but I don't think they're going to force it just yet. They're probably going to wait this round and then get an AWP right after, which would be outstanding.
Not only grabbing the economy surge, right, but the momentum as well. I definitely agree with that prediction that you might have. But let's see how this is going to work out, because we actually seen 2070 going in with the buy. So that's interesting to say the least, because they really have to play this out properly, right? Oh, no footsteps being heard by that flash, though. Fortunately for 2070, no information has been rallied up until this moment.
I mean, slow approaching here.
Yeah,
Like I said, it was
take it really slow.
It was probably going to be a bit of a slow purchase round, but look, they did insist upon it, and unfortunately they lose the AK as the first weapon of the player who dropped, so Reggie is going to pick that one up, going to set up a couple of pieces of util to defend himself while he plants the bomb, and now in comes the bomb plant. So 2 rounds in a row in which 2070 have been able to at least get the timer going, and this time it's a much better defensive situation, but do they have... Do they have to read on the approach? I am not super sure about Swarmies consistently hugging the wall there. They definitely need help on the higher end of things. Swarmies with his Deagle gonna start playing the ring around the rosy against IVZ, and they do eventually find him, so it wasn't going to be a long-lived advantage for Shinden. We're back to even just like that. Good on 2070 for finding that comeback right after. They are not going to let Shinden run away with a lead for that long.
Yeah, so you generally see at least 2 rounds of a differential, right? And not only that, but the fact that IVZ was unable to claim that kill on Swarmies, even with the lack of firepower, is due to the fact that Angelo hit him with this SSG shot before he went down. So great stuff, great coordination right there coming in from 2070. Definitely deserved. Speaking of deserved, simply standing back right here. So that they are going to go in with the approach. Is he going to be able to get away? Finally, barely able to get away right there. And then, of course, the fight is going to happen over here within TV. While he's in smokes, one to push him back, one to push him forward. And it seems like both of them did the opposite of what they wanted to do with that utility, because Angelo actually pushed forward. And it seems like the kill went solely within his favor because of the utility that he had. Instead of pushing back, he says, you know what? I have the opportunity here. I'm going to just go ahead and grasp it. And grasp it he did. However, we still have to remember that they have to make their way towards the site. And if you're 2070, you definitely want to make sure you head into the one that has the least amount of information from, right? So with that smoke all the way thrown all the way from, goodness gracious, all the way from apartments over towards a connector, that is definitely a great omen. They're simply gonna say like, hey, they want to attack us on this side, so let's just all stack up here. And that could be as far away from the reality as what it is right now. The bomb has been planted over here within the B site, and if you're Shinden, like, you have literally nothing to lose, right? Trying to go in and make the play happen.
The play will seemingly not happen yet. Shinden is going to take a step back, maybe force an exit or two, as at least IVZ does have a deagle. But it's seemingly a very dangerous spot to be in regardless. It's going to be an onslaught of players if they decide to tag. Yep, they will go back towards spawn. So the timer has run its course. 2070 are going to claim a lead. They're probably going to get the extra kills, actually, as they do find one. Oh, no! It's actually the bomb explosion that takes care of Roz, not even IVZ. So Leozinho takes care of IVZ as the final exchange. And man, that's a heartbreaker. You don't want to die to the bomb explosion, but it is what it is. You lose a weapon. But at least they do carry over their money. And Shinden, speaking of the money, are feeling down on their luck. Man, that's a terrible wallet to have on your side, but they still have more money than me, if you know what I'm saying. Still, 2070 though. Cuando effing pagan. Pero sí, o sea, 2070, they can take their sweet time here, man. They know what they're playing against, and it's not a ton, so already no more util for Shinden. They're gonna have to face it head on. They could, however, get those headshots, of course. The USPs can still be lethal. And look at BK1 bringing out the knife. Like, yeah, I'd love to see that. And look at that, a little bit of a bullet, a preemptive bullet through a connector, just to tell them, yeah, we're here, buddy. You don't want to just approach.
But I mean, it was a USP shot, right? It was a bit of a USP shot there. That is it warning fire? I mean, you got AKs within your hand. That really shouldn't scare you or deter you from approaching. It's rather the lack of visibility and where it's coming from that really offsets what they want here. Speak of the devil, it seems like the approach is going to be the execution towards A. Nobody's on that side though, so it seems like everybody's just going to band up and approach together, with the exception of Nacho, who's staying as an anchor over there within the B site. We're gonna see the bomb plant. One of these gets taken again. I'm sorry, it takes out BK1. And we're gonna see the M Mac 10 in action, bro, along with Angelo with the kill on Roy. That's going to be a good amount of money. The one that has been logged right here by 2070. Not only a good amount of money, but also a good advantage coming forth here within the 4th round. Reggie take care of Abyss. Nacho does get the headshot on Ross, but I mean, that's something that they were expecting, right? That's something that they actually knew was a possibility. Nacho, what are you doing? He's going absolutely insane right here. But he will be taken down within this spray. Not really, not even, but everybody, oh, I was about to say, I think Reggie is about to go down. Everybody's going to be able to make it out alive. This is a good start and a good omen of a start for 2070 because Mirage, one of the maps that can be considered CT-sided. So them claiming these offensive rounds early on soon is a really good start for them.
It is for sure, and I love to see that they have found synergy as a team as well. I mean, you've got 3 people there, the core, on 4 kills each. Now, on the side of Shinden, I did mention a preemptive fire and everything. I mean, the USP can still be dangerous. You saw what Nacho did. But yeah, they were kind of forced to play with that, right? So now Nacho is going to have a much better weapon on his side. I'm hoping to see him kind of pop off a little bit more. He is currently the best player in terms of the KD because of those kills that he just got in the last round, but for the most part, the team has been kind of down on its luck, and it seems that there's also a tech pause happening now where... Do I see a justification? No, they just called for a technical pause, so here's hoping that it won't be a very long one, but still, it's a tech pause nonetheless, so, you know, at least a little bit of breathing room. I see Swarmy's not having picked a rifle just yet, so perhaps he's the one with the issue.
Yeah, as soon as you said that, man, caster's curse right there.
Hey.
Good to know that we still have it in us to be able to curse things like that. But
Oh, yeah.
let's see how this is going to pan out, because not only is Shinden in a very, very uncomfortable position, but we also see that the majority of the teams overall, like the kills, they're not too far away, right? You see 2070 with very similar amounts of kills towards the teammates within Shinden, but those 2 rounds of a difference really don't seem to add up on the numbers, right? So it's more so the fact that Shinden has been struggling to commit, or rather attack, the strategy that has been given or that is proposed by 2070 time and time again, and we actually see it a lot happening within the fact that they tend to overextend. We saw this within Nuke previously. We haven't really seen any sort of overextension because they haven't really been a lot of equal ground fights within these 4 rounds, right? This is the first round in after the pistol round that we see, quote unquote, an equal territory regarding the firepower tune. So let's see how this is going to pan out, especially with the lack of utility coming in from Shinden. They have flashes, they have a smoke, and 2 HEs. That's pretty much it, right? Well, as on the other side, you got 2070 with a full repertoire of any sort of utility right there, and catching Nacho off guard. Not only do they catch Nacho off guard, but Reggie able to get the kill on Abyss and BK1, forcing their way towards the site. You know, that's what I was talking about previously. Those smokes, they're not really walls. You have to make sure that everything that you do, you take into consideration that there's going to be this one bastardo loco that is going to make his way through the smoke and take you down in a moment's notice.
Also, for what it's worth, the fact that there was this loadout meant that 2070 started to play a bit more, unorthodox. They actually sent someone towards Palace. I don't think they had played Palace that much in previous rounds, but this time they do explore other possibilities. It yields to good results, taking care of business, as Shinden are not able to get much juice out of the loadout that they were given. So it's a full-on massacre once more in the favor of 2070. And now look at this. This is what I love. I mean, Reggie, the place that he played, the spot that he was playing in, rather, definitely helped a ton to the whole team, and they didn't even try and push that hard for the side, by the way. Like, they were still able to go on a prowl and check the other one, which is what I love. Now, Shinden goes for their first tactical pause, and yep, if you were to take one, I think now's the time, because 2070 are starting to become a bit unstoppable. That's 4 rounds in a row. You only took the pistol round. And on Mirage in particular, I think that's a very bad omen. Mirage is the kind of map where I have seen a lot of teams start to get a very big snowball effect going after winning pistol, and they were not able to capitalize on it. Not that it was the longest lead either. Like I said, they got the bomb plant very early on, and that meant a little extra bonus, right? So 2070 was never super out of the equation in terms of the money, and that really helped them a ton. Good on them for finding the site control and planting bombs.
Deja tú, like, this is it's not only the fact that you were only able to get the first round within the pistol round, but you also lost the momentum on the CT side. That is insane. Because you know that Mirage, while albeit it could be considered CT-sided, sometimes it's not, but of course it's definitely within contention to be within the trifecta, right? You got Dust 2, you got Nuke. Obviously those two are very CT-sided. Overall, this metagame has been within the favor of the defenders, and you're not seeing that reflected here within this play. Within the plays that Shinden have been making, they've been going all out, trying to catch players off guard. IVZ with the kill on Ross, great stuff. But they're trying to go all out. They're not really committing too much towards defending the site, but trying to retake them. But they're trying to retake them with the lack of firepower at times, right? And that lack of firepower is really starting to cost them a lot. Angelo is quite lit up here, so I mean we could be seeing a second kill. Yep, coming in from IVZ.
This is one of the few times where the scout actually works out, right? Like when people are super low for them to hide, or not too much the damage to take. Like even Wallbang was able to take care of business. And yep, they were super lit. They were going to eat lead from the bomb explosion too. So the recoil gets to them. BK1 is the sole survivor of this round, but it's the 5th in a row for 2070 regardless. And yeah, the momentum is felt. It is loud and clear. This is currently 2070's big map. But I'm not sure, Dio. Like I said, the loadout definitely opened a lot of doors for 2070 to start playing a bit more unorthodox, and I think that Shinden was expecting a bit more standard playstyles from 2070. So far, they have not really been able to predict much, but I think that Abyss might be able to hear some movement here now as they're approaching T-Ramp. And nobody on Palace, by the way. Like this time, they're all approaching Ramp for the most part. Sorry, no, one person on Palace, the rest on T-Ramp. So it's going to be a bit of a massacre if Shinden's gamble pays off, but I'm not sure about this positioning. BK1 is not committing to it, and Abyss is only going to find one person pushing in, it appears. And there you have it. There's the molly. He's actually going in? What?
Whoa.
Bro went in!
This is what we were talking about, right? The bad decisions that can turn out really, really good because they're risky, but at times, like BK1, the fact that he was able to get the kill on Angelo, once again, the AWP is no longer within play for either of these teams. So these risky decisions really start to add up a lot, especially within the defensive measures that have been taken right here. Do we see a spray? Yes, we do. That's Roy with the kill, and not a second one at that. Swarmies has to play this super, super coldly. He has to play this with literal freezing temperature IQ, because if he doesn't, or rather freezing temperature within like his play, or rather his thought process, because, oh no, that's going to be a rough one. He's going to get the shot. No, doesn't even spray through it. Unfortunately for him, he was not armed with the proper firepower to be able to do that. The AWP isn't the correct weapon suited. And finally, after a 5-round drought, Shinden is able to claim the second round in their name.
Better late than never, but it's definitely been a very accidental road towards that. Even in this round that they won, there was a huge mistake done. So I am not sure how good of an omen this truly is for Shinden going forward, but they do get to keep their very strong loadouts, meaning that the chances at living are for sure high up there. But in terms of the killing department, once again, the firepower itself is fine, but the numbers are not quite there yet. Nacho is like the big hope for Shinden, whereas Abyss and Roy have made a few key wrong decisions, both here and on Nuke, by the way. Like, regardless of Ancient, Nuke has been a mill for big mistakes from Shinden, and particularly those two. BK1 was stellar on Ancient, but as time goes on, he has not managed to put up the same numbers. Nacho is the one stepping up to the fray. IVZ has been, well, he has been solid throughout, but solid doesn't always cut it. You need to be stellar sometimes, especially if you're Shinden right now with 3 rounds to your disadvantage. BK1 does find a kill on Reggie, and that's going to yield some good results as Abyss is going to go in and set up a smoke on T-Ramp. They never saw Angelo, though. They don't know that the bomb is really close to them. the rest of the players on connector ready to take on the challenge, and they missed on IVZ. He does not see them, but he will relocate, so at least there's some intel there. Both of them know that there's going to be an approach through connector, and now they're going to rendezvous. 30 seconds left, Dio, and that's not a ton of time. They need to move into a site pronto, and Roz might just eat some lead. IVZ whiffs again.
He whiffs, and that is going to give them a little bit of a leadway into the B site. We're going to see the shots being exchanged. None of them fly, none of them hit. All of them whiff right here. And speaking of whiff, we have another whiff right there coming in from both of these teams. Swarmies does get the kill on Nacho. Roy able to get a double kill right here with the MP9. And not only that, but he's going to pick up that M4A1S, but he exchanges it for the AK-47. So that's a net gain right there. That is an impressive net gain of give or take around 1,500 credits, right? I mean, taking into consideration the worth of the MP9. So not only are you gaining that win money, but also the fact that you're claiming a lot of more material wealth, right? Especially right there with this MP9 kill. The fact that Angelo whiffed that, man. We haven't seen Angelo whiff a lot of shots, but the ones that he has whiffed are super, super important. And they haven't really been doing the best of them right there. It seems like we're going to go in straight through it. Angelo, once again, causing a bit of an early deficit for his team. Unfortunate as it may be, sees him. Roy, why are you standing still, bro? You see that he knows exactly where you are, and this man is the headshot galore machine. Gets a shot. IVZ is now placing Swarmies out of play. CD AK-47 within the hands of Reggie. Gets a second one. Ross, are they gonna eco them? Are they gonna eco them right here? It's looking mighty possible.
Just one more to go, and Abyss is super lit, man. Abyss does not really have a safe way in. Lazinho just picked up an M4. Sorry, Galil. So that could also be dangerous. Like, goodness gracious, the Galil is actually the most dangerous right now, as Reggie is super close to dying as well. So he might just end up falling to the wayside. It's complicated for Abyss. 9 HP on MP. We'll find one already. No, oh my goodness, are you kidding me? They were lined up perfectly! How do you line yourself up so well for Abyss to take care of both of you? Well, that's another round for the Argentinians. Goodness. It's a defuse and a massacre. The second defuse of the map, by the way. The first one was the pistol round. And by the way, galera brasileira, Brasil campeão do mundo, ainda estou aqui, ganhou o Oscar para melhor filme internacional. Parabéns, Brasil. Okay, yeah, that's it. Just wanted to tell you that.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine, man. Not difficult. That's a-okay. This round was lost by 2070 due to a severe lack of communication. Like, how do you not place yourself within a bit of a crossfire situation without really risking it too much, right? Like, I just don't know at times how these teams, like, even within these very, very good instances of tournaments that you know have a lot of money on the line, that have so many opportunities for you to go in and go broke, you squander it by just not saying like, hey, can you check market, can you check kitchen, can you check this, can you check that, you know, all these little areas that have so much potential, and you don't take anything into consideration. Swarmy's getting that kill on Nacho. Great spray control in order for him to be able to make that happen. Abyss able to get the headshot right there on Reggie, slowing things down a little bit more than what 2070 would like it to, because not only was a strategy now discombobulated, but it is also a moment to regroup and re-strategize, because we do have the man with the bomb, Angelo, all the way over there within T-Ramso. Still got to know exactly what you're looking for within these instances, especially here within Mirage. That is such a big map. And it seems like they have the read on that as well. We have the rotation coming in from Abyss and IVZ. Of course, it's going to be the Opera, the one who tried to make these type of things happen. We see the execution. However, the crossfire is very well positioned. We're going to see the setup right there by Roy. He's able to get the kill. Abyss, very well supported right here. And not only that, but he changes to his sidearm. Swarmies gets a double kill. However, we have the flank. IVZ is still positioned within the smoke. No time, man. Do they have the bomb plant on deck? Yes, they do. So they buy at least a little bit more time right here. 40 seconds left on the clock. They know where Ross is. Oh, and he's able to get the upper hand right there on IVZ. What a round for 2070.
Well, it is another victory for the Brazilian brethren. It was a nail-biter of a round, however, but Ross is able to carry over the AWP, and man, that Ring of Rather Rosie was a little bit shorter than what we were used to, but still, victory for 2070 nonetheless, and that's what matters to them. Now, as for Shinden, unfortunately, the investments kept coming through. Their money is not super healthy yet, meaning that they're going to have to play this one with a very meager loadout, and it's probably going to be another victory for 2070 at this point. Whoa! Hang on! Best you could hope for was to get those headshots indeed with the Deagle, and goodness gracious, so close to another one. A Biz! The one to really step up to the plate when his team needs him most, and I'd like to remind everybody, Broski was on 2 kills a few rounds ago, so he has definitely been on fire lately, and Roy almost perfectly lined up for a headshot there, but he does have to step back a little bit, would rather play it a bit more patiently. Swarmy's hoping to see a leg or something, and unfortunately he will eat lead. Goodness, are they going to get eco'd now? Are we really going to see the reverse eco? Well, Roy, super close to getting another kill. He does get one. What's going on here, Dio? It feels like 2070 played this with an eco loadout. What's going on? How did you fall to that single... What was it, a P2K? I mean, that wasn't even... Maybe that was a Glock. I didn't quite see it well. No, what I mean, a Glock. It was a P2K. It had to be. Oh, goodness gracious. What is this round? And IBZ goes down. Leozinho still alive and kicking, still taking things into his own hands. BK1 though, Galil in hand, he could find an extra kill. He does not. Leozinho still 100 HP. He could still make a comeback after all that.
Yep, yes sir, he could definitely make it happen. That's exactly what he's betting on right here. He does have a Kevlar and helmet, but I mean, if Roy or Abyss could hit their shots within a spray, it's definitely spells something different right here, but I don't think Leozinho is going to risk it anymore, right? With 10 seconds left on the clock, there's nothing much left for you to do other than try to claim a couple of exit frags, which have already been done. So it's just going to be him stepping back. And not only that, but I mean, he would have to go through the gargantuan task of getting the bomb back, which was within very, very good guard right here. So nothing much left for the attackers to do other than simply wait for the timer to deplete. 2070 and Shinden, they have been looking very, very tied up within the scoreboards, man. And we're looking like this could definitely go either way, or it could be a 7-5, it could be a 6-6. We could be looking at our first tie within the halftime.
Well, Dio, this has been quite the night of Counter-Strike.
Oh, yeah.
Take that as you will, but it's been a very interesting one, to say the least, and the results definitely showcase that. I mean, 2 13-11s, and now we have a 6-5, and it appears like it's going to be a 6-6 on the side switch if Shinden continue like this. So, for sure, it's been a bit of a learning curve to understand that these two teams are super unpredictable. But more so, it's been a learning curve in the sense that, you know, they can play the most unorthodox pushes ever, and it's still a bit of a coin flip whether it's going to be good for them or not. It seems like 2070 are going to kiss this one goodbye, though, as they're only left with Leozinho once more. So here we go. It's just the tail end of the round, Dio, but I think this is going to be an even score, 6-6 on the side switch.
Man, 6-6 tied things up within this half. Looking absolutely great. This is something that we had not seen previously, Toon. It was always a 7-5, right, within the side switch right here. So, of course, this is looking very good for 2070, if I do say so myself, right? And you mean like Dio, pero de que hablas? We just saw Shinden win 2 rounds in a row. I'm not necessarily talking about the fact that they're going to carry over the momentum, but they are going to be playing on CT now. Reminder, this is a relatively CT-sided map over all things considered, right? So, the fact that Roy was able to just go completely ham and force the team into a very uncomfortable situation early on within that round where it could have been an advantage secured is going to start to cost them a lot right here. So let's see how this is going to work out. We have 2070 with the aggressive approach right here through mid, which is obviously with pistols, that is something that you definitely can do. I mean, still taking their time right here in order to stop any approaches. from the gaps from the window right here towards the B site. Nobody has been hit quite yet. Oh, actually, Angelo took a heavy amount of damage right there. Swarmies gets another one. Just one right there. For now, Roy is now out of play. They find him exactly where he is. He's able to swing a little bit more. Lalcinho with the headshot all the way from downtown towards bench. These arches, and what is this? They were really they were just dancing right there.
We have seen a lot of that, don't you think? Like,
yeah, a lot.
Plenty of dances lately, looking like prom here. Counter-Strike prom, actually. And the BK1 is going to keep on dancing, but this time just a ring around the rosy. Still a dance, though. Oh, and even picks up a secondary weapon, or an alternate weapon, actually. Angelo is going to bite the dust, and man, how long did he spend being tagged by the initial damage, too? But it is going to be a victory for Shinden. 7 rounds to their name, and that's the 3rd in a row as well. But you know what? Their winning streak was actually interrupted by just 1 round. It could have almost been a 6-round win streak had they not lost round number 10. So it's been a while now that they've been in the driver's seat, and we talk about that momentum over and over again. This is no exception. Momentum is the name of the game, and game sense is also a big part of it. But currently, Shinden are enjoying a very good position themselves, and of course, that loadout speaks for itself. Even if you don't have that many AKs, the Galils will do for now. But will you get eco'd again? That's the question. We did just see an eco situation earlier. Oh no, but it's now Shinden delivering it with the proper load, and an IVZ takes care of 2 players now. So, Shinden enjoying a very good position here, man. Once more, they're going to go in for the bomb plant, and now they are going to enjoy the sweet honeys of that bonus from planting.
Oh man, I lost my shoe. Let's see if that's gonna happen anytime soon, because you got Swarmies with the MP9, but little to no kills on the scoreboard right here. Reggie was the only one to be able to get 1 happening here, and he's also one of the only players that is above his KD. Only Swarmies and Reggie with positive KD, if I do say so myself. Angelo obviously heard that, so that's gonna be that's gonna be a shot for him to be able to take down Roy. But I mean, yeah, you have the shot to be able to take down Roy, but once again, you've lost this round. So that's an 8-6. Not only that, but you 4-spot this round too, so you're not going to be able to buy too much within the next ones as well. Just all around, I think the 2070 has a very good advantage that they sometimes wreck up. Oh my goodness, I was about to say Swarmy is about to make bank on players that have been very, very lit up by the bomb, but fortunately for Shinden, it was only 1 that goes down. So it does cost them at least a little bit right here. But they were able to force not only a Swarmies out of their MP9, but also out of a good amount of their economy that could have been cashed in right there. So overall, Shinden has been playing this super, super well. This is an eco round coming in from 2070. I gotta take things very, very slow.
Is it a little too late, though? I mean, for as low as they should have been taking it, it appears like they never got the chance on CT to do just that. Uh-oh, wait a minute. We have talked about those very dirty sprays before, and it seems like this round is going to have one of its own. But thankfully for Shinden, it's actually going to yield a good result, as only Angelo remains, and he does not even have an AWP. He only has a scout. That's not even a kill, man. I mean, once again, the scout being scouts, doing scout things, and this is no scout from TF2. So now jungle control belongs to Shinden. Angelo is going to have to keep walking back. I am not sure if he's going to face this head on. Might be hoping for an exit, or maybe a random headshot here and there, but they know where he's about to be coming from, so no matter what his choice is, they will probably find him first. So, oh, yep, they got him first, and that's going to be the kill. And Shinden, once more, claiming one for themselves, this time off of the Massacre, and getting real close to the double digits. This has felt like the longest map, though. I'm not sure if you agree with that, Theo, but the other 2 maps were kind of going fast for a while.
Yeah, they were going ballistic at points, right? And this one, it's really been, I wouldn't say like a slow map, but it's not in the same Speed, yeah. Like I think that there's no other way that you can say it. It's definitely been not the same speed as the previous ones. I wouldn't say that they slowed this down to a crawl or anything like that, because that's definitely not the case. But we do see a Shinden that has been more methodical with their approaches, right? Generally, there would be like a 1 minute executes or minute 1 executes, right? Rather than anything else. Making sure that they make their head through, make their way inside. So right now, the fact that they're taking their time means that they definitely know how to play Mirage a little bit more cautiously than what you're used to, right? So now with all these smokes right here protecting the people within connector, will we be seeing Ross catch anybody off guard? Oh, that's going to be the HE. It is going to hit BK1 for a good amount of damage, but fortunately for him, Latinho does get the kill on Abyss, and then Nacho gets another one, two to say the least, and that is open grounds right here for the plants in the B site. And the thing is, Swarmies has to be very cautious of BK1, who is taken down almost immediately, but they have to make their way through, and I don't think they're going to do it. They're just going to grab that AK-47 and just say, you know what, I know vemos. Chido. Ya no quiero.
See, that's the thing with the kills that 2070 are getting. They're not really resulting in much more for them. Like, no ground coverage, no extra kills. This time they just got an AK from it. And yeah, that's a reward for your troubles, but yeah, it's not really something that has a very long-lasting effect. It can only be like, hey, what's the theory for the next round? No, but not looking like a very good outcome either way if the kill is not leading to you at least like tying up the score, keeping the player count even or anything. They're not attempting any retakes. Granted, they had an AWP, you also don't want to lose that, and the money is okay from 2017, it's not awful. But they will kind of be banking everything on, okay, this investment that we're making here better work in our favor to at least get some win streaks going, because Shinden have now kissed those double digits and they're getting super close to getting the not just map victory but the match victory now. Only 3 more to go. But we have been here more than a few times now, Dio. The fact that somebody is so far ahead does not mean anything. Shinden were ahead by 6 at some point in Ancient and then began, no, by 7 in Ancient, and then began a 6-run win streak from 2070. That still ended in a victory from Shinden, but still, these numbers mean nothing!
No, definitely not. No significa nada, güey. And that's sort of like the weird part about this. The fact that we've seen so many rushes, so many blitz, so much utility usage overall, and you see like really, really good strategies immediately countered the next round, right? So it speaks super well of the adaptability performed by all of these teams. We actually have Reggie as the anchor here on the B site, not really looking at anybody up until this moment, but he is going to back down. Does Nacho spray? Does he spray? No, I don't think he's going to do anything like that. We're going to see this shots being fired off right here. The issue with the FAMAS is that sometimes it can give up so much good results. We're going to see IVZ try to molly off anybody that could be stuck right there within the van, but simply going to stand back right here. They lost 2 teammates soon. And I don't think they're going to try to risk any more within the B site. Simply going to stand back right here. Do we see Swarmies? Does he find somebody? Oh, he actually didn't see anybody up until this moment. Do we see the swing? Yes, we do see the swing. And fortunately for Nacho, Swarmies is going to go down right there. They have to make their way inside. Do they have a smoke? No, but they do have a flash. They've already made their way inside. Ay, cabrón, no te la creo, Angelo. How are you going to do something like this? Double kill right here to stop any sort of attempt at anything by Shinden. And Nacho, with his tail, between his legs, just simply heads back and says, you know what? Ya no quiero.
What did I tell you, man? These numbers mean nothing! They mean nothing! Their scores have been so close so many times now, and also pretty separate before. And yet somebody always makes that comeback. So, now we've got this, 7-10. And Shinden still had money, of course, they kept on winning, their money was fine, but they do not have enough to buy an AWP again. And of course, if they lose it here, their loss bonus is going to be so meager that they're not going to play with a full loadout for at least an extra round. So it definitely hurts them in the wallet department, and also looking into the future. They need to claim this one, and unfortunately, whenever they see themselves in this kind of situation, they usually lose it. So it's for sure a fantastic spot to be in if you're 2070. You want to keep pushing, you want to keep stepping on the gas, and you know what? This trade here only gave 2070 more intel than Shinden, because they realize now that they have to push somewhere else, as Connector was defended, and Shinden's own Roy, I'm not sure if he got to see anybody else, but yeah, 2070 does get a ton of intel from that. They definitely saw the players in the back. In this case, it was, actually, who got that kill? Didn't even see who ended up getting that kill. It's not accounted for anybody on Shinden's side. That's kind of... Oh, no, it is BK1, sorry. I was kind of looking at the left side of the icon, but still, Shinden's BK1 was noticed, so 2070 knows about that push. Now they do not regroup their numbers, they're just going to plant themselves a bit more steadily here, and look at that, already catching Abyss, and they do not catch... Sorry, do not catch IVZ on the move, but IVZ does hear a bunch of movements happening. Nacho, about to come across Lalzinho, and Lalzinho eats the lead!
Now been planted, and you see so many players going down right here. Nacho once again with the shot. Is he going to be able to flash him off? Oh, but Angelo very ready. And not only that, but he actually changes towards the AK-47. Nacho knows that he shouldn't peek too eagerly. The thing is, you got to make sure that you're playing this very, very slow. So, as long as he had heard that defusal, the thing is, he had little to no information where he could have come from, because he had already compromised by the fact that he couldn't reposition out of jungle, right? So there was nothing much left for him to do, and the fact that Angelo was very quick on it and said, okay, there was a flash that was thrown from the left side, so that means that's the player from the left. So I'm gonna take the guy coming in from Palace first, and then, since I know that this guy's within jungle because my teammates rallied that information, now I can go ahead and strike properly. And that is the series of executive decisions that you have to make early on within everything. So very, very good stuff right there. Very quick decision making by Angelo, who has been a stalwart. No, how's it called? A cornerstone. Yes, a cornerstone within the defense right here for 2070 on the CT side, in which Shinden, you know, they started off attacking very, very well, but seems like 2070, they remembered how to play on defense.
Also, great game sense there from Angelo. Like you said, going for the Palace player first is great, but he was flashed. Like, he did also kind of play a gamble as he was turning to the right to take care of the Palace player. No true guarantee that he was going to find him there, but he does find him, and he does claim the kill, and that puts him in a fantastic position going forward. And also, this tech pause is happening because someone had to go to the bathroom, so... if you just wanted to know, there you have it. I hope everything came out well. And of course, well, for what it's worth, even if it's a bathroom pause, you sometimes do need it to, you know, shake the nerves off and everything. But yeah, it is what it is. It's a tech pause, and that's going to put us at an... well, we're currently at an 8-10 score, and remember, it's all about the momentum here, and 2070 definitely have it on their side.
Let's see how that's going to work out at this point, because you said it yourself, momentum, one hell of a drug at times that these teams really, really have on deck. And it seems like they're going in for an aggressive approach towards A. Is it going to be aggressive? It seems like it is. However, it is going to be paused for a moment by Smokes and Mollies. They only have one player defending the site. Well, over there within Palace, that is going to be... that was Swarmies, because both Nacho and Ross have both been... I'm sorry, Swarmies and Ross have both been taken out as of this moment. We see the HEs fly true. They're going to get a hit on Lalzinho, and it's a 3v1 situation, not even needed. Reggie is able to get the kill on Nacho, but, I mean, with the bomb being planted, time is no longer within their side. Shinden seems to be able to recover that disadvantage that they were in and make that win streak alive once more, claiming this 11th round at this point. There's nothing much left for 2070 to do. Even if somebody were to do the kilometric sprint over there towards the A site, There's nothing much left for them. And I like the fact that I can say kilometric instead of a mile sprint because there are little to no Americans within the chat. And so
What the?
"Ah,
It's a kilometer!
kilometer!"
Well, it seems like Shinden knows darn well what that is, and they do make a run to get an extra couple of exits, and they find just that. So it's a nice little message to send them at the very end. And of course, it feels like it's a complicated position now for 2070, as their money was definitely hurt. So it is going to be a good lookout at the end of it for Shinden. Man, Dio, I'm not sure. I keep saying that time and time again, but they have also surprised me with the way that they can lose a few rounds. It's so complicated to tell who's going to take it.
Yeah, definitely. Because you see so many ups and downs, right? This is looking like a seesaw match. Already on round number 20 too. 20,2. Because this has been a very, very slow-paced game, man. Like, especially after the side switch, everything seems just to slow down within the revolutions overall. We see somebody right there within the jump. That Swarm is taken out. Unfortunate position. Not really going to help you out too much, especially since that smoke isn't really the best one to cover for you. Is Reggie going to try to go in for the peek? Is he going to try to do something right there? Nope, not at all. Nacho. Oh, and IVZ both claim one for themselves. There's still a man within the ladder room right there. He is taken down. Larcinho gets the upper hand on Nacho. Gonna go in with the smoke. They saw the barrel of the gun. Yep. That's why IVZ is going to step back. The thing is, look at where the bomb is tuned. If Larcinho is getting... Oh my goodness, this could have been so bad right there for Shinden. If Larcinho had gotten that kill on Roy within mid, this could have definitely been a hostage situation.
Holding for ransom for sure, but Angelo kind of forcing himself into the corner now. Better safe than sorry, but definitely this round will go to Shinden. We have now reached the 20 round mark with this one, and it seems like Shinden are just one away. Will they have the power to clutch it? Will they find Angelo? I don't think so. Oh no, but Angelo, you're not doing yourself any favors whiffing that, buddy. They do end up catching him as he whips the first few bullets. Man, Dio, so many situations like that one.
Oh no.
And the money speaks for itself. I think this is pretty much curtains.
Oh, I thought that this was a dire situation, but literally they said, "Quítate, cállate, voy." What do you mean that you're gonna have to go in with the force buy situation right here? Oh, this is not what you want to see, especially on the last round, or in one match that can essentially take you back 2 steps, right? Because I mean, you already have one victory, you have one defeat right here. Oh man, this is not what you want to see. You got to make sure that you hit your shots, especially the people with the deagles, rather the deagle, which is Ross himself. Swarmies, Angelo, Reddy, and Lealcinho both have, all of them have rapid fire within the forms of FAMASs and MP9s. However, can't really compare that to the strength of the AK-47, at least not with one man, but two, as Swarmies is taken out, but Lealcinho is able to reclaim that frag. And on the other side, Abyss gets the kill on Ross, the upper hand, and it seems like the call is going to be towards the B site. Already seeing the rotation coming through. However, I like the fact that Angelo is going in a bit of a different approach, to say the least, right here. The coverage coming in from BK1 has to be immaculate, and the fact that he's performing once again. He's making things happen, man. Is exactly why he was so important for his team. Nacho able to get the kill. Larcinho goes down, and this could be curtains. Angelo has made these things happen before, but it's all up to literally a saving grace from him to be able to make it towards the site. That's almost going to take away half of his time, 1/3 of his time, just making his way towards the site.
Yep, you can see that bomb timer, 1/4 of the way through already. Looking very complicated to get a defuse. He has no kit either. So yeah, the win conditions are there. That's going to be it, everybody. Shinden are going to win it with a bit of a larger differential this time. No longer 13-11, it's 13-8. But the victory is for the Argentinian brethren of Shinden. taking care of business against 2070. But man, this is about as close as it's going to get for a while. 2 scores going 13-11. If there were a third, that would have been a major landmark in this series in particular, but it was avoided. So 2070 unfortunately going to fall to the negative echelon, and now Shinden in the higher one.
Yeah, Shinden going in with that 2-1, and you got to see the faces of these players with their esports posts as well. You got Nacho, Roy, Abyss, IVZ, and BK1, Ivan Quintanilla, Nicolas Cespedes. Both the, if I do say so myself, I think they are the 2 players that really started to shine towards the end right there. BK1 was shining very bright within the first map. Se fundió, like the light went out, and then he came back within that third map. So fortunately for them, they are able to overcome this and place themselves within the higher echelon of the matches that we're going to be seeing for tomorrow, right? Because we already have teams that have made their way through, and we are going to be, the teams that are going to make their way through, we're going to see them tomorrow within the hands of a couple of these matches. You got Swingers, Dusty Rhodes, Tropa do VSM, Elevate, Shinden, Brazo Clan, and just those 6, right? Just those 6 that have already claimed 2 rounds within their name, and everybody else is looking to try to make the name as well here. So I mean, we're right smack within the middle of the 3rd stage, right, of round number 3. So let's see how that's going to pan out.
It is going to start out tomorrow with Yawara versus Floripa Stars, and then Unumile versus Pain Academy. Then Swingers versus Elevate, and finally Dusty Roots versus Tropa do VSM. These are the matches of the day that already went by, and as you can see, there were a couple of forfeits, so yeah, unfortunate situation there, but the players in Nitro were not able to play. Nitro in particular, out of the competition. The players are still in it, even after that forfeit. But as you can see, guys, a lot of results have happened already. I think that you guys can start making your predictions as to who is going to make the playoffs, especially because those higher echelon matches I think are going to be super interesting. But this is also the end of the evening for Counter-Strike, and like I said before, Brasil, parabéns, vocês ganaram o Oscar para melhor filme internacional. E desafortunadamente, unfortunately, the Brazilian team tonight did not win here, but hey, there's still plenty of room to grow, and there's plenty of Brazilian teams in the competition. You guys already know where to follow us, of course. You guys know where to send your feedback. We're gonna have to say goodbye for now, but see you guys tomorrow with more action here in the CCT South American region. Bye-bye.